Sorry, I'm starting this a little early
if you
because
can time stuff really well with the
the
parry, you can get the counter,
the
and
Castle
you can punish your
Super
opponent.
Beast
That's I'm
are
playing harder
doing
right
an
now.
interesting interview
But
with Core Gaming
it's
about
definitely, you
Street
can
Fighter
feel
6.
that the people who know
So
how to parry can just
I want to
choose a
listen to
matchup
it. I'm still
completely.
cooking
So
some food,
they
but I'll
had
be
good that
done in
mechanic, and
30 minutes or so,
then
and
there's
I'll do
the
some French, and then I'll play
drive
some Street
impact, which
Fighter.
kind of feels like
But
a
in the
focus
meantime,
attack, level 3
listen to
focus.
this while I
That's
listen to this because
instant,
that's good.
but blockable.
It's very smart. You should watch.
And yeah, they just put a bunch of stuff, and then of course, it's like, well, stun is a big part of the Street Fighter mechanic and chip damage, but those are things that were kind of going on the wayside, right? So like I remember when Street Fighter 5 they made they just made it so you couldn't get chip killed, right? You could get chipped, but you couldn't get chip killed, and I didn't like that because it's like it felt kind of like a lazy comeback mechanic, I guess. If you think about it, if you're blocking special moves and you're losing health, that's the rule, right?
Yeah.
But it's just like, well, now because you got hit enough and you have no health, we'll make you invincible to that now. Now you get invincibility to chip damage at the very end, and then that's the mechanic. That's what we're gonna do about this chip damage thing, right? Whereas like in Street Fighter 6, I think one of the things that I like with what they did was they kind of put the burnout system as kind of like, okay, now you're at a disadvantage. Now there's chip damage, there's chip kills, now there's stun, and it kind of left those kind of things in, which are, to be honest, they're kind of like the fun parts of Street Fighter from the older games. Doing a checkmate chip setup is dope. I think that's awesome, and so but they managed to keep it in, and in a lot of ways, like oftentimes you try to just put everything and make everyone happy or whatever, it usually falls flat on its face. But I think so far they've done a pretty good job with just kind of like keeping all the good aspects in the game without like making it fall apart. I don't know. They did a good job with that.
I mean, I feel like that, like as you mentioned, like the keyword there, like the feeling of a checkmate setup is what I feel like they're trying to avoid with Street Fighter 4 had a couple situations like that, and then yeah, 5 was going way the other way. Here it's based on pressing the advantage or creating a disadvantage, because burnout is a result of your decisions, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm in this situation where it doesn't happen to me very often, but if I do get a chip kill, it's like I work my ass off to put them into a state in which chip even hurts them at all. So if I get them, and you used to in 4, you're getting fireballed to death in the fucking corner, and you just don't know how to get out. Like, this doesn't feel very fun. But if the guy manages, he got me in a burnout. I made tons of mistakes. Good, yeah. Fine,
and
fine.
Burnout was the thing I was worried about the most on paper, because the idea of there being a tired state in Street Fighter was like, oh no, is everything gonna change? Do moves get weaker? Is this like, the idea of that kind of like affecting the fundamental game in such a large way was like really, really questionable. And when I kind of realized, it was like, oh, actually it's really just like chip damage, your ability to do things that cost EX and your drive system, which you kind of need to thrive. But the basics are still there, but you can't go above and beyond with it, right? And the fact that, like, in terms of being weaker, it's like, no, it just makes you a little more minor. It makes you more like everything's four extra frames, right, on block, and you have to hold back a lot more in that type of situation. It's like a way of like making it a big disadvantage, but not like completely insane. If you have fundamentals and you're still good at like footsies, and you're still good at spacing and with punishing, you can still fight back from burnout. But if they didn't go too overboard with it, that feels really, really smartly designed.
Yeah, and the way you get into burnout, of course, is you have to lose meter, your EX meter, all the way, or burn it somehow, or if you block, you lose that meter. There's that meter system is interesting to me too, because it's kind of I feel like Tekken 8 is kind of going that direction, where at the beginning of the match you can make the fireworks fly, right? There's you have like so many bars of meter, so it's from the get-go you can do your fancy big cancel combos and and big damage. But what's interesting about that the mechanic is kind of the other way, right? So before you were trying to build meter, right? In Street Fighter games or in a lot of games, you're in some cases you can just whiff a normal to build meter, and then you have like third strike where
The good old days, man.
yeah, where Chun-Li would do this move, the Chun alarm, yeah. So
Dragon
it's
Ball
yeah. So I guess that's kind of a way to get around that. And I always felt that meter was felt for the better or worse in fighting games, kind of like a financial system, right?
Right.
So you hear the analogies from commentators, like, oh, Yipes will say, oh, he spent the cash at the end of the round or whatever, and so there's kind of this, like, you earn this, and then you don't want to die, a millionaire. You want to spend the money first, right? So then you have this kind of it's like this cash system, and how good are you with conserving it and earning it and eking out every little bit to maximize your gameplay, right? So that the gameplay from there, it is a little bit that meter system is a little bit different, but yeah, I'm still so far I'm enjoying it, but we'll have to see. These are games that people play for long periods of time, so and the opinions change. This is the thing about like impressions of fighting games. Like whenever I see like a review that's put up like too early, usually I'm a little skeptical of just reviews that are put up too fast in general, because I mean, did this person really have time to really absorb the game? But with fighting games especially, I feel this is where something that you do need some time to soak in before you can get like a more accurate viewpoint. You can have first impressions, early impressions. That's all valuable and good. But yeah, I've had games where I loved it at the beginning, but then I'm like, oh, I don't know if I can play this for years. I have to play this for months, but I don't know about years. And then there's the other way around where I'm like, I don't know if I can, play this at all. Like Tekken is one of those games where it's like, all right, you play, the current Tekken game so you can prepare for the next Tekken game. Basically, it's what it feels like, right? It's like after 2 years, you're gonna be like, oh, okay, I get it, right? So, yeah, that's
every odd.
I guess that's an example. Yeah.
Yeah. The I mean, and it's always I always have to applaud when I see, again, design-wise, a way to come up with that system that's really smart, like you were mentioning, the uses of drive. The uses that people are adapting to it really nicely, and then it also harkens back to third strike. Here's your parry. Street Fighter 4. Here's your focus attack. Street Fighter 5. Here's your drive rush is a brand new thing. And it's all that together, but at the same time, by putting all of these mechanics on what was your guard meter and taking it off of your super meter, the spectacle is preserved so that you can still engage in cool things and do flashy combos with your EXs and such, ODs, excuse me, and still have a super meter to cash out on something that feels cool and people that are beginners want to enjoy landing that big move, and the idea that you would have to spend a little bit of super to do any of those very useful tools. It's a sacrifice that, like, yeah, I think beginner players is like, oh, but I want to just save up to do my cool thing.
Hey man, I've been playing fighting games for decades, and you and I played like 100,000 matches in Third Strike. I fucking hate using EX moves. I want to use my super every single time. Yeah. I'm not sitting here so I can see a slightly yellower fireball that hits twice. I'm here to see Shin Shoryuken, and Street Fighter 6 has finally just nah, you do it all. Do everything. Just do both and a both. Fuck it.
Spectacle, but there's also the tactical usage of, because you want those moves. You do want the yellow move. The yellow move is so much better.
Yeah, but I don't want the yellow move at the expense of the bigger move.
Of the big cool move, right. Yeah, no, all of that is looking real sharp. So I guess to just kind of, we can go on about the
for a bit, bro.
Just about ever, but with Core A in particular, like, I guess yeah, like, have you always just like had these kind of like 4 a.m. diner discussions about fighting game philosophy, and then one day you decided to pull a microphone out? Like, is that You know, the
Yeah. So I guess I can give a little backstory on Corey Gaming, the channel. I don't know if I mentioned this in a podcast or anything, but basically, my video content foray came really from not from gaming, right? I mean, you guys have been doing gaming content. Maybe you guys did something before that, but I mean, I've been doing video content, commercial content for like companies and corporations, and we've done some cool stuff and then some soul crushing stuff, whatever. But the reason Corey Gaming kind of came about was around 2015, business was doing bad, like kind of people weren't buying our services, I guess. So we were like, okay, we just have to make original content. Like we have all this gear that we're sitting on. We have the know-how, how to edit, and so I like fighting games, right? And that was kind of the time, I think the Street Fighter 4 period, and I just started interviewing players in my local scene, and then there was a moment where I think this was a time when this was the era, I talked about MCN era. It might be a similar era. The era where people were like, people watch other people play video games. Like, what? Like, why would you watch
That shit
somebody
sounds
doing a Let's
stupid,
Play?
bro.
Yeah, it's like the most. Yeah, so it was like it was like a time where gaming stuff was getting bigger online, and Let's Plays and that kind of stuff was popular. But I think Jimmy Kimmel on one of his shows kind of like called out the gamers, right? And I was just like, oh, that's not fair that Jimmy Kimmel said this. I have to make a response to that, right?
You're better than Jimmy Kimmel.
First attend me.
Yeah, I mean, it's he like invited Markiplier and stuff to talk on the show about gaming and why people are watching. For me, I'm just like, it's people watch people do all sorts of things on TV, right? People watch people build houses, go fishing, cooking, talk shows like what we're doing now. Like, people watch other people talk, right? Why is it so weird that somebody watch somebody else play games, right? I mean, it's so anyways, I was kind of inspired to make kind of an answer piece to that, and I gave it a cringy title, like a clickbaity title, and I just made, that was the first Corey analysis video where I'm just like, like this is gaming stuff, competitive gaming is actually a thing, and it's not really as crazy as you might think compared to other things that we watch. So
dude, I used to watch golf with my dad. Like, you want to talk about can't believe people watch this shit.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing is too is like, of all the things to watch, like I remember the description back in when Street Fighter 4 was around, that was like, when it comes to watching fighting games, for anyone who doesn't know what they're watching, it's two people beating each other up with a life bar. It's UFC with a life bar. Like, it's super easy to understand what you're looking at compared to a lot of other things out there, So, like, it's like, why is it that it's like, it's such a difficult thing, and
maybe it's just sour grapes, because I remember having those conversations with you like 10-15 years ago, Wooly, but like I remember sitting there and playing like fighting games with you and be like, this is the easiest shit to understand in the world, and then you turn your head and look on your phone at like a Brood War tournament, which is unparsable mess to the average person. Or like you'd see like Dota, like early Dota or League back, like, and it's just like, it is just a vomit of color and explosion. It's like, why is fighting game not somehow
because
more
fighting game
popular?
Makes you feel bad. Okay?
Yes.
That's why. It's that simple. And I mean, I think you summed it up quite eloquently years ago with the Scrub Lord's Prayer. Quite amazingly. Shout outs to using that name wherever it came from. I don't know.
It's the Narcissist Prayer, right?
Yeah, it's just a play on the Narcissist Prayer.
Yeah.
So it's like the same as that, except like in a gaming context or a fighting game context. Yeah.
But that's exactly it. It's just like, no matter what, I feel bad about this, and I need to just justify why I feel bad. And like that's the whole thing. Is like you
Jokes
wanted,
on us.
yeah, and you kind of were hoping for a result that would make you feel good because randomness would perhaps be involved, and that way there would be no pressure, and then it would be, yay, I won. And that's it. But unfortunately, this genre doesn't do that because most of the time it's like sitting down at a chessboard and wondering what the horse does, you know? Well, step by step we figure that out. But that's why, man. That's why.
Now, I don't know,
you
Willie. Like I've had a lot of time to think about this. I've played some MOBAs, I've played some team shooters, and I think the joke is on us because like losing for your own sake, that feels pretty bad. Losing because some guy who won't stop calling you a slur is feeding the other team, bro, that is about to make you fucking throw something.
But it also gives you the immunity to not blame yourself because I was blaming my teammates, and when I get carried, I can feel good about how good I was despite being carried. You get to diffuse responsibility with the team.
Yeah, there's definitely you can get salty in team games, no doubt. I mean, just watch, any MOBA or whatever, but I think the
hockey game.
yeah, or real sports or whatever. But I think the thing about fighting games, what makes it unique is that it is one-on-one, but then there's also like, because as Pat was mentioning, it is kind of a simple concept, right? So when you lose in it, it's just so direct. Like even in a game like StarCraft, this is, I actually think like RTS and fighting game culture kind of, they intersect a lot, and because it is a one-on-one thing, and but the thing about fighting games is it's kind of very much like you don't fight until like the opponent surrenders per se. You fight until you knock them out, right? You beat them. Like you're literally beating up on them on the screen, and it happens in such a short period of time. So when that happens, it's a very kind of you feel like you're violated in a way.
Yeah.
Right? Somebody just just beat you up, and but of course you can play again, and so there's the saltiness that comes from fighting games is kind of it's you can kind of see how people react to it. It's one of those things where in the FGC you have tons of different personalities. Obviously, like when Daigo loses a match versus when Low Tier God loses a match, you're gonna have a very different response, right?
A little.
Like it. But yeah, this is kind of this is what's so interesting about fighting games. You can kind of also learn a little bit about yourself, right? And you can. It's a really it's a kind of a personality exposure in a lot of ways, right? I mean, you guys have been playing fighting games for a long time. You guys have played people that are your friends, play people who you don't know, you met for the first time, play people you've heard about, but you hadn't played before. It's all a different dynamic. Like, I have a friend, probably the best Zangief player in Korea. He always bodies me, but he's always laughing his ass off when he beats me, or when he gets a SPD on me in some bullshit situation. He's just laughing his ass off. And so like, and then every time if I get a win on him, or I can score a round or do something, I'll start to laugh and talk shit or whatever, and tell everyone in the venue like, get a load of this guy or whatever, right? You have that relationship, and then you have people who are just kind of like, they'll play and then they'll just kind of, they might be kind of more serious about learning the match. There's all sorts of different ways that people respond to playing. Some people cry, when they play.
I've known people.
I mean, it's a thing.
I've known people who I will play like fighting games here and there, and it's like they say they enjoy fighting games. Every single match I have ever witnessed them play is with a scowl. And just they win, they're mad. They lost, they're mad. I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you here?
There are definitely times where like I'm locked into that idea of like, I'm fighting my opponent, I'm fighting myself, and my face is a reflection of how I'm judging my own performance, like that's a vibe. Side note, my brain is just imagining the world's reaction to somebody grabbing the mic and going, so Daigo, the next time you need a reminder of what my balls taste like, and seeing like the shock everyone would have with that disrespect level. The attitudes play people have, very greatly. Something
Yep.
that I also, I guess looking and moving along a little bit here, I wanted to ask you about was with some of the many topics you've covered that are all very baseline, but in some cases obvious, but really well thought out and phrased things that topics you've covered. Has there been anything that over the years that is currently a video that you currently would disagree with based on the way that fighting games have evolved, or based on current examples? Are there any things where you look back and you kind of think the position has evolved a little bit?
Yeah, so I guess the big video that stands out that I did was the why buffs are better than nerfs video. That's kind of a controversial
Really?
video, and I still get like, I think someone on Twitter just told me like, you know, like, no offense, but this video has caused irreparable damage to the FGC. I'm like,
fucking
okay,
love
okay.
that video. That's one of my favorites.
I got
Well,
told I've caused
irreparable
irreparable damage as well. So you're all right.
Yeah.
You're not.
No, yeah, okay.
Dude,
well,
I
maybe
played
I'm used to it, but-
Warframe. Buff me into the fucking sky.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I couldn't help but kind of, it's a funny description, but yeah, I mean, that video is kind of like, it's kind of a response to, I mean, what you see, the conversation's better now, but during that time, it was everything you saw that was kind of good in a fighting game was broken or busted, right?
Oh,
Everything
dude.
is like,
So
oh,
annoying.
that's kind of, that's bust, that's broken. That shouldn't be in the game. Like, broken, really? Like, broken? You want to see broken games? Like, you know, see like some of these retro games, right? These
Sailor Moon.
actually like broken games. Yeah. Like, I mean,
yeah.
there are some really broken games, but people like you know, they would essentially just and then they would make a campaign about it, right? And
Yeah.
on social media, and then what happens is just, you know, like, everyone's calling out for nerfs. And if that happens too much in a game, I just want to illustrate that you basically like start taking away a lot of things that make the game that it is, right? And so it was kind of like, yeah, it was a biased argument or whatever, but I think people don't like that they get sent that video whenever somebody is saying that something should be nerfed, and like I think there's stuff that should be nerfed, obviously, but the argument that I wanted to make was essentially that I'd prefer more buffs than nerfs.
Yeah.
But obviously, like, obviously it doesn't mean that there's that I'm not you know, I'm against nerfs, or I think it's just a scrubby thing to have nerfs, but I do think more often than not, when people cry nerf, it's something that they don't understand yet. And like I said, this is fighting games where you can lose like for 5 minutes, like many matches, and to one thing, right? You lose to one attack or one move, and then you say that's busted, and then I do the same. If someone does that to me, I'll say it's busted or whatever, then I'll try to figure it out, and I'll be like, oh, that wasn't so busted after all, or whatever. That was the Dragon Ball FighterZ when that first came out. The big example of that was the dash was the
Super dash.
Yeah, Dragon
that,
Dash.
Super dash, yeah, that leads into a launch or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that move, everyone was just spamming that and getting, just busting people up with that.
I made a
doing
fucking flow
max
chart.
damage combos. yeah, there's like a flow chart. Yeah.
I made that. Yeah. You know.
Yeah, and then no, it's that move is definitely kind of, you can do that at the beginning phases of the game, but later on people are just like, oh, 2H, like, down,
That's it.
heavy punch. When they do that, it's completely reactable, and yeah, now you can do a huge combo on them. So there's like an answer that, and so I remember there's some memes where people were just like had like a giant 2 and an H, like on top of like Goku or something, like 2H, and so yeah, there is stuff like that, and of course with the way social media is, you can just put whatever you're feeling, you can just publish it, right? That's really something that you couldn't do before, where you had to write a letter.
You could shit every single fucking day.
Yeah, and I remember too that like that. I mean, not just that video, but like the first time I remember it was I think a Seth Killian quote where he talked about like we like to buff up instead of nerfing down, right? And we got that. I remember that specific quote got me thinking about it. I was like, yeah, I think overall that's a general idea that prioritizes making characters more fun and having more fears to deal with what the best characters can do, in general, is a positive philosophy to have. But it doesn't mean it has to be a strict, hard rule that is militantly, we will never nerf anything. I think it's
Some
overall
shit has to
a
go.
guiding philosophy, that is like steering towards people enjoying the game more.
Yeah, when you're playing tournament fighters, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle tournament fighters,
Get your
and you have
Karai
characters
on.
that can infinitely throw into their own throws, yeah, no, that has to go, right? But the game that I always think of when I think of that video, and I actually brought it up on my show a couple weeks ago, right before Street Fighter 6 came out, was Overwatch. And how Overwatch decided that it wanted to be a fair game and it wanted to be an esport, and every single patch for like a solid year made that game less fun to every character that it touched. Every couple of weeks, someone would get to find out that the one thing they like to do with their character no longer existed or sucked. And everyone I knew stopped playing that game as a result.
Yeah, there's definitely so I guess there's another side to the argument of like accessibility, or games that are like shouldn't be a certain way. So this is where you get into the idea of like game mechanics and what it should be, right? So I always make this analogy. I mean, there's a lot of complaints about like some of these fighting games where it just has a bunch of stale blood, no new fresh blood, no new players, very few new players because this has become a boomer game or whatever. And yeah, I mean that is a concern, but like there's also like on the other side, it's kind of like, well, I mean there's some things that are just not as popular to everybody, right? That exist, right? That's just like mustard will never be as popular as ketchup, right? But you don't make
depends
mustard
on who
taste like
you
ketchup,
ask, apparently.
Right?
But
Well, okay. I mean, like in terms of like the amount of like people.
Hey man, when I go
right?
to a burger place, the ketchup's at the table, I have to ask for mustard.
Oh, I'm a mustard person, like completely. Yeah, but it's like we live in a ketchup world. But then it's like
his
know,
wife
like
chugs it. It's a big
yeah.
Don't bring this up. We don't have time for this.
But yeah, I mean, like you don't have like mustard people trying to make it accessible for ketchup eaters, right? I mean, it's not really a goal, right? So at a certain point, like there's you have to just call a spade and say this is that spade. This is what the game is, and we're not going to have this other thing, right? And that's when like I guess like the way indie games are more able to do that kind of thing, because they don't have to worry about like investors like breathing down your neck about onboarding and whatever, how accessible is this game. But this is the thing, right? If you make a game that's really just for everybody all the time and you go to that extreme, then you don't get stuff. It'll be very difficult to get stuff like Dark Souls, right? So like the Demon Souls, that game was famously like considered like garbage by very important people in the industry when they first saw it. A game being just so unforgiving and whatever. But Miyazaki, the creator, just stuck with his guns, and now it's like, and then it just made a bunch of Souls-like games that are like, okay, now like hard games are back, I guess. Like and so it's like that can't happen if everybody is just like, oh, every game has to be beatable by everybody ever, right? It's so
and getting it through the door, of course, required a little bit of deceptiveness initially, because like that was somewhat of a secret, right? And the idea though that you have this thing that becomes famous because of how challenging it is, and therefore it trickles down and reaches to people who come back around and go, why isn't this easier? This should have an easy mode in it. It's just kind of a weird, funny cycle how like the thing that made it popular to begin with then kind of becomes the problem on the back end as long as it gets large enough, right?
Yeah, that's the topic of one of my I guess more recent videos. But It's not that recent. It was like last year. I've been making. I'm at a video a year now on my channel. Apologies to everyone out there.
Yeah, well, the
new videos.
Miracle of Pakistani Tekken is one of the best videos I've ever seen on YouTube. So
Which I
take
wanted to
your
get
time.
into in a second. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's a repeat, but it's I guess like you can kind of see it this way. So the video business that I'm running with the guys, the better that's doing, the less videos there are on my channel. So if you want more Korea gaming videos, you have to like sabotage your company, and basically, it's kind of so the Pakistan video, I guess the background to it, the reason that got made was because it was kind of like a side hustle video, I guess. So we were doing some content for this one esports event where they were basically having an invitational in Tokyo with the best Tekken players, and so we got the gig for that, for making the interviews and going around, making content. There was Arslan Ash was one of the invited guests for that video, and or for that tournament, and so they needed somebody to go and film Arslan Ash in Pakistan, right? And I was just like, oh yeah, I want to do this, right?
Yeah,
so,
okay.
So this was not a Korea gaming thing. This was for an esports thing. But I asked like, hey, can I go there? Can I like, film stuff for my own content? They're like, yeah, it's cool. It's okay. They're really cool about it. So I went to Pakistan on on another gig, but I extended my trip there to, I think, like a week or something instead of just a few days, so that I can make a Korea gaming video. And so that kind of became an opportunity, and I was able to squeeze that video in because of my other work. So yeah, I still work on my videos, but it's unpredictable because I don't know when the next a big job will come in and I'm needed, right? So I'm trying to wean off of my role in the other stuff and go back to the Korea gaming stuff as much as I can. And I kind of made like a New Year's resolution about it this year, but you know how New Year's resolutions go, right? So,
Yeah.
Oh, I don't even bother making them.
yeah, so
as was just mentioned, like I feel like the quality of that type of like full-on story, that can be told in that way is, I mean, I love some good fighting game design discussion, and I love being able to point people in towards that. But these types of
3 to 4
stories are
liters a
like
day,
just
no problem.
interesting and fascinating to a whole other level. And like, I still like constantly am just talking about the idea of the pay per loss type of situation that they have there as an example of how one levels up in a different, like, it's so good. And I guess I'm just, I wonder if if we're looking at essentially fewer videos,
Ooh,
but the quality of what you're tackling will be a much more involved endeavor, if that's what's next for Core A.
So yeah, Gerald, we're putting you on the spot. So your video is going to be the best one you've ever made, right?
Yeah, so I guess in terms of content, I'm working on on an analysis video right now. Actually, I can reveal it here, but it's basically the next video I'm working on is it's about fighting games and mechanics, I guess, but it's kind of you remember that it was a while ago. It was the last time the Project Hell guys released gameplay footage.
Yeah, with Eloy.
Yeah, of Project Hell. That was there was somebody who said in, I think it was Reddit, somebody was like, oh, okay, this is a Tekken-like game that they're working on, right? What? And everybody was like, no, it's if Tekken had air dashing, like, sure, but there's a confusion about fighting games that I realized when thinking about it, like, it's actually kind of an honest mistake for a lot of people, because I mean, if you look at fighting games now, how many games have like 2 life bars and a timer in the middle, and then 2 people facing each other side to side, and then they deplete each other's life bars until one gets knocked out, KO, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, like Tekken and Street Fighter are the same in that respect. But if you play these games, you're like, well, the mechanics are really different, and like, you can't do this in this game. And we all know if you play fighting games, like that's not, that's not a proper comparison. But then like it's like somebody who's never had like, Vietnamese food might say like the spring rolls are just burritos, right?
Yeah,
Well,
or
that's
it's
just a
like
burrito.
a friend of yours listening to you talk about Pillars of Eternity for over an hour, only to say that's like Diablo, right?
Sure,
Yeah.
sure, something like that.
Sure, yeah. So I mean, like, yeah, this is the
Yeah.
thing, right? This is one of the perks of having a wife who's not a gamer. My wife doesn't play games, so I get a good perspective about these games. Like she'll make observations and say things that I'm like, oh, that's right. People probably would see this game like this. And this is something I noticed with like fighting game animations in general, like how clunky it is. Like if you see like mainstream like shows and TV that kind of make fun of like fighting games or gaming in general, you see them do like the weird movement. There's like the I think like a long time ago when Chappelle did the Grand Theft Auto like sketches, you see the movement where it's kind of like and it's like, oh yeah, that probably does look like funny to people who don't play games, but when you play these games, that's just the fact of gaming. Like, that's what it looks like, and you don't really think that looks weird, right? So I guess a lot of the perspective of my videos often come from like people who I guess the goal for me is I think these people are smart. These are smart people that just don't know this thing, right? You're not like, it's not like because you don't know about this gaming niche community or these gaming mechanics, you're an idiot, right? So the way I want to make my videos is that, you don't know this stuff, but this is pretty cool. Let me just show you why it's cool, and then they'll be like, oh, okay, I get it. It wasn't like so weird and hard after all. Like, frame data is not like this radical, like this, it's not like rocket science, right? And so this is where I think like in some FPC media and content, there sometimes can be a tendency to be like, well, this is what footsies is. Let me tell you, don't mistake. Footsies gets mistaken for being a lot of things. Like you don't want to be one of those people. Like this is
low kicks.
And then there's kind of this like let me just sit you down and like educate you, you fool. Like you don't. And I guess that's not my approach. So for the Tekken thing, and I always feel that way until like I think about it for a while. Like obviously this is not a Tekken like game. Like this is Project L. There's like people are flying everywhere and it's like projectiles.
But at the same time, like there's a lot of people that I know people who are everything they see whenever a fighting game comes up is Street Fighter 2, right? That's their reference point. I also know a number of people that their updated reference is actually Tekken 3. That's the last time they played a fighting game for a long period of time. So everything they see that is anything remotely fighting game like is actually
3D,
called
right?
A Tekken, like because of that. It's specifically, I messed around as Eddie Gordo back in the day. So that's the reference that it'll always
My
go
mom
to.
still asks me if I'm gonna go to work and play on my Nintendo.
Yeah, that's it. That's the reference point, Okay.
Yeah, and I think so. A lot of comments I get with my content is people say like, oh, I don't even play fighting games, but I enjoy watching your stuff, right? And so with this video, like basically, I want this video to basically where you can send it to a layperson, and they will just watch it. They will understand every single fighting game genre and how it works. And that's really ambitious, and this seems almost impossible. But I think I found a way. I mean, I'm working on it as best as I can with whatever time that I can find. But I think it'll be an awesome video. I think people will enjoy it. I think it'll be shareable. Basically, the question is one of the big questions that's answered is kind of like what makes a fighting game a fighting game.
Right.
I think one of the questions I posed in it is like, why is Valorant or some first-person shooter not a fighting game when there's fighting in it, right?
Yeah.
Some idiot might make a video using a word called fighting gaminess to describe that. I don't know.
Yes, I remember. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, no, that's the fighting gaminess aspect is, but these things are real, right? Because like if you think about like taxonomy, like the way they classify animals and mammals, and stuff, right? It's not like a perfect science. People disagree all the time in the sciences about like how to classify stuff, and there's like, you know, even like simple things like, is a hot dog a sandwich? You know, there's like an argument about that, right? But you know that a
Yeah.
hot dog is kind of it's a thing, right? But it's like, well, you know, it's kind of a sandwich also. So I think the fighting game genre stuff can kind of be like that, but that doesn't mean that you can't figure out something about it, right? If you just like present it in the right way. So I think these games, the genres and stuff, once people understand what they are, they'll be like, oh, okay, this is kind of the game for me. This is not the game for me, or they'll get a better idea of what to get into. A lot of people don't know what game to play when they get in. They're like, I'm gonna get into fighting games. Like, okay, what are you gonna play?
Where do I start? What do I do?
Yeah, are you gonna play
all
a
that.
party game with like 10 people and be the king of that, or you're gonna go into like an establishment game where you're gonna compete in like a 5,000 person tournament,
Or are they gonna go
whatever
hang
in
out with their
between.
friend and play that man in fucking Strive and just have a brain aneurysm?
Yeah, no, there's an aspect to that too where like I feel I've heard many people make that declaration over the decades, and there's always a bit of a like, okay, you're not
Steaming up my
being
glasses.
sold in because your friend specifically showed you Smash Brothers. You're sold in on the idea of the whole genre, and like that can go a lot of different ways, based on your taste and what you think is fun and stuff. And I kind of like, I know that it's becoming less and less of a real like feasible possibility depending on where people live, but I always try to kind of push the like go check out a local aspect of things as much as possible, because like that environment, you might like think you're going to see one thing, or you're interested in something, and you might see some people in the corner playing another thing over there, and you might go, what is this? What the fuck? What? And then you like take a peep at the scene going on, and like that might catch your attention, but you're in an environment that is like the equivalent of a bunch of arcade machines lined up vying for your attention. I feel like that kind of
Exactly.
environment.
Yeah, that's a huge part of also the fighting game that you play, right? There's like the community aspect, right? I think this is why it's not as simple as saying play what you like. I mean, that's kind of like a, I think it's something that's often said when it comes to like, what fighting game should I play? Play what you like, because like your most favorite game might not necessarily be the game that you want to invest all your time in. Because, for example, I can give an example. Like if you have a smaller game, like I know a friend his favorite Smash game is Melee. That's not uncommon, right? But what is uncommon is Melee players in South Korea, right? So how do you play Melee here? There's like maybe like 5 people that like want to like grind and get better at the game here. Most people are playing Ultimate, right? So that's fine, whatever. Play with those 5 people. But what if you don't get along with one of those 5 people, or they're somebody that you don't really want to hang out with, or meet up with? Maybe there might be some tension there. I don't know, but that's it. You have to be with those people like every time you play Melee, right? You have to see that person all the time. Whereas in Ultimate, like you can have clicks if you want, or you can kind of like get away from that, or you can go on a different day, or I don't know. So that's one aspect where this can be your favorite game, but like, well, you can also play your next favorite game, and there's all these other things about it, right? So that are benefits. So, yeah.
Do you guys have like that kind of setup at Core events? I guess that the venue that you kind of show off?
Yeah. So Ultimate is kind of like it's pretty hot out here. It wasn't when a few years ago. Basically, I think during Smash 4, there was like 10 people playing, and I think when Ultimate came out, there's a TO that I work with. He goes by J-Lu, and him and a partner named Tom, they were working on kind of building the Smash Ultimate community together,
Okay.
and it was like I think I did a video about like TOing, how you grow like a tournament or whatever.
Oh,
and
right, I
basically,
remember
like I think he was in that video briefly, but it was interesting to see this thing actually grow to a significant number, and we had people like the place we were doing it at was like this place called Retro Game Bar in Hongdae. Shout outs, they're a gaming themed bar, and basically like it got so packed
That was too yummy.
it was like getting borderline like
Pop over and play
fire
some
hazard.
Street Fighter and
There's
nibble at
so
it was
many
too good.
entrants, right? And so it kind of outgrew that. That place got outgrown, and it was one of the catalysts for having a core A space, right? So I reached out to J-Lu, the TO, and I was like, hey, what if we had like our own space where you don't have to worry about like people vomiting in the bathroom from getting wasted and all that stuff. And he's like, oh, that sounds amazing. And so it's a long story short, but that's kind of how the venue came about. So basically it was kind of Smash Ultimate that kind of like carried the venue for a while. And then of course there was other games, and right now Guilty Gear Strive is kind of the Guilty Gear guys, the anime guys in general they come out and they play, and they have so much fun with the game, and you have like cosplayers and stuff, and it was awesome when Apology Man, Super Noon, and Jonathan 10A. There was like a crew, U.S. crew of Guilty Gear players who came to Korea, and like we had full house, and all the players came out. They were like spectators too, like people who just wanted to watch. So
It's
yeah.
always a
Oh,
lot
I
of
hate to interrupt, but I need to take a quick break.
Oh, okay. BRB.
Excuse me.
Alright. Good time. 27 hours on this so far. Holy shit. It's fun, but... I am shocked there's this much content here and I'm not, like, sick of it yet, but... It really is fun. You make me play modded controls again? Why? Why fuck off? Want me to switch to modded controls? Then just give me modded controls. I'm not. I don't want those modded controls. Oh. That's not a good sweep at all. Why is that light attack? Fucking hate my controls.
Right on. There we go.
Get back off of modern controls. The mission today. Whoa. Battle Hub match. Win 3 Battle Hub matches. Okay. Go play some another one. Eh. Wrong point. Oh no, are these different in modern? That's why I only had her for one move? Okay. Go.
Hiya. Well. Hiya.
Whatever, I can do that.
Well.
Not a bunch. Ow. I like Jerry's moveset. I can't stand that wind pose though. Karate gloves. They better than my current ones? It's red, okay. I hate it. Reversals. Oh, I see.
See. Hey.
Okay. So yeah, I just made a mental note quick. When you're talking about like Paul G. Men and such coming to visit, there's something so fun about having the people
Oh,
that
I
in
see.
in your local scene that are like really good but can't travel. You know, they never get to go anywhere, and like they finally get a shot at like someone really good, and you're like, oh shit, let's see it. You know, it's like, who's this unknown person, right? And like all the people that Arslan Ash referred to that were behind him. You know, that whole thing is always fun to see when it gets a chance at like the known names. You know,
Yeah,
super
for
cool.
sure.
Okay, so yeah, with that, let's move right along here. We're gonna try to stick to our schedule here. So weeks wise, I don't know about you, Pat. For me, it's just Street Fighter 6. So
Okay, yeah, I played Street Fighter 6, but also stayed up late last night, like insanely late last night to play Final Fantasy 16. The demo came out. Demo's really long. It's like 3.5 hours long.
whoa,
And 2+ of that is like the start of the game, like the entire prologue.
okay.
It is lavishly produced, thematically interesting, plays really well, looks great, sounds absolutely incredible, but don't bother putting performance mode on because Vince is trying to hit 60 FPS as a fucking prayer. It is a fucking dying child's wish that this thing stays at 60 FPS.
How many icon encounters are in the demo?
2.
Okay. Those seem like the crazy big, complicated points where things would get taxing, I imagine.
Yeah,
The
no. So
spectacle.
you're rolling at 60, fighting a goblin, and then you're in a cutscene which locks it to 30, and then Ifrit has a particle effect, and it drops it to like sub 10.
Wow.
And you're like, you know what? I'm gonna keep it on the fucking graphics mode instead of the performance mode.
Okay.
Full release.
By the way,
But strong ass start.
Oh, incredible! Oh, it's a good one.
Is it the first 3 hours, or is it like?
It is the first 2.5
slice.
to 3 hours, and then the demo that they showed off a couple months ago of you like infiltrating a little hideout where you fight Garuda, that's in there, but your save file doesn't carry on to it, and that's like an E3 kind of build thing where
Okay.
you have a bunch of abilities that you wouldn't otherwise have.
Vertical
and
slice,
whatnot.
Okay. Yeah, that's a nice amount of time. I feel like the FF16, rather
she
the
hates
15
her.
demo
That's funny.
was like that first fight area outside the castle, and then I think there was a little bit of like the desert or the main highway, I want to say. So yeah, that's a sizable amount. And I guess just like overall combat, like action game,
It's Devil May
flow.
Cry Dogma.
completely 100%.
It is like
Yeah.
very explicitly like so. Clive has a little dodge that he can do with R1, and it is like nearly identical to the way Nero does a side dodge in DMC5. Like it is DMC5's feel with the use your right trigger to hit special moves from Dragon's Dogma.
Okay, and air combos to the nines and all of that.
Your combo's really hard, but maybe I'm trash.
Okay.
But what I did like is there are like for the three icon systems that you have available, you have each of them has a completely different movement mechanic, and each of them has a different defensive mechanic. So like Phoenix has what is essentially Trick from DMC, but it also has the ability to nullify projectiles and retaliate, whereas Titan has a parry mechanic, and Garuda has Snatch. Like
Okay.
just straight up like pull
Yeah.
enemies to you.
Any thoughts on our protagonist so far?
Oh, he's great. It's great.
20,000 damage.
It's the prologue goes into it. That game is like you notice that it was like a darker like Game of Thrones style like oh bad things will happen. It is like much more violent than that. It is much more like viciously traumatic than I was led to believe. It is earning a rating, is what I'm saying.
Does 14's expansions, do those get mature?
Oh yeah, but I mean,
I feel like
it's working within
conceptually-
the confines of its engine, which
Okay.
is
Oh, that was stupid.
you
I
know,
guess it's more like the writing and the ideas.
like 14 will deal with like genocide, but you're not watching somebody
cut-
being decapitated and having splatter onto a child.
Right. That's reserved for Mortal Kombat. Okay. Well, yeah, no. So I mean, for me, it was just a solid aspect. Obviously, I'm continuing. Oh no! Well, hold on. You did that, and then I guess if we're just gonna roll along schedule-wise, you wanna pick your schedule out?
Yeah, so let's go down to twitch.tv/Pat Stares at. What am I doing this week? I don't know. I don't fucking. Probably more Street Fighter. Let's be fucking honest. I don't know. Probably more. Street Fighter. I'm just sitting around waiting for 16 to come out.
Yeah. No, over on my side, we continued with Final Fantasy 9 and with Effect 3. Those things we're doing our tail ends and enjoying them, but Street Fighter 6 has been.
I'm sitting there playing Street Fighter, and somebody comes into my fucking chat right in the middle and goes, "Wooly just lost his Mass Effect file." And everyone just starts to fucking lose their minds. I
So-
nearly shit myself.
It didn't. That's not actually what happened. But EA updated their middleware bullshit so that before it used to use like an Origin launcher, and now it has its own thing. And at some point, it kept crashing and just doing whatever. And then at one point, it kind of crashed out. And booting it back up, there was an EA's middleware message saying, "Hey, we can't find your cloud save, so we're gonna start a new one." That's cool, right? And I pulled it up on screen to show. I'm like, this is how bad it gets,
Oh, I have
like
Vulcan
and of
Blast
course I
scripts.
ran and grabbed the local backup and
Why?
everything was fine. But dear God, the amount of bullshit EA and Ubisoft and all these companies will put you through because they're like begrudgingly letting their games run through Steam, but they really hate it. You know, this is what's gonna happen to me.
You ran that shit for like 5 to 10 years each. Going, oh man, think of the money we'll make when no one buys our games on PC anymore.
Yeah, thankfully nothing lost there. Ransom 6 had a really good, drive sessions, as I'm calling them. We had Flux Waves on. He came on and showed us some JP. It was insane and disgusting. He's currently fucking top of the leaderboards on that right now. Master rank, not like just gross with that character. But I want to run the longest, most brutal set so that I can figure out exactly how to approach, exactly where the weaknesses are, because there are holes there, you know.
That's the right mindset. Yeah, with characters you hate. Basically, you want to know somebody who plays a character you hate fighting against, because that's the way to learn the matchup and make it so that it might become one of your favorite matchups, right? So
yeah. I played Blanca back in Street Fighter 4, and we had a local Dalsim that was really good, Snafu, and I remember that match like went from being my most hated and nightmarish to being one of my most comfortable because of how many first to deaths we ran, until I got to that point. So no, that's a huge thing, and like I see this character being in my nightmares for at least the next coming months,
Got it?
Pat, we ran our set.
I thought that was a really fun set. I especially liked that when we planned to run our sets, you made sure to have a professional player sit next to you so they could coach you on the matchup. I thought that was really cute. So
the hilarious part where the copium is so strong here, because we ran our set, it was cool. How'd it go? It went A2, but regardless, the fact, because I was like, okay, it was good. The amount of copium I saw coming off of the chat that was going, Wooly, you're fighting the council. Wooly has the best JP and Reggie there, and they're all coaching him or whatever. Meanwhile, in real life, Reggie is rooting for you, and they're doing nothing of the sort. The level of copium of just that idea is wild. Where nobody wants to hear that shit because it's
hey man, whatever
it's supposed to go the other way.
Makes you sleep better at night,
right? Like, I can't believe, anyways, whatever. That the level of just like anything we have to come up with to fucking justify how that goes. All right, guys, it is what it is, But yeah, there's it's a less fun story, I suppose, when it goes that way, all right? But no. But that being said, though, I feel like the Geef match is always going to be the Geef match. This is one where there's replays of him robbing rounds.
I should maybe have picked an archetype that you haven't fought me against for like 20 years. Maybe I should have picked something you weren't explicitly 100% already knowledgeable about.
I mean, I don't think that's how that goes, considering rounds against Geef still get stolen, but...
No, what I'm talking about is that you know, in your heart of hearts, every SPD I am ever going to throw out for the rest of my life.
I mean, I know what I fear from that character. I know what overall I'm afraid of eating half life off of a drop kick into a Morge Dynamite, But at the end of the day, yeah, I don't know where the nose touches were, but
there were very few.
There were
very few.
Okay. Well, we don't need to get the middle name John introduced anywhere here. That was fine.
Oh my god.
But yes, no, there was an actively Reggie on your side going for you. So, Anyway, I feel as if the journey is gonna continue, and I'm gonna probably end up like Luke is still around in my purview of interest, but like I really think like Marissa, Blanca, and
Is it because of Alex Lee, Luke from Streets?
I
Because
mean,
he's selling the character to me real bad.
Alex is doing a wonderful job. I like the fact that today on the Capcom stream he actually sat him down and went, "Hey man, you're really selling this character hard on Twitter. That's pretty awesome. Thank you." And he's like, "Yeah, I know, right?" Like they straight up acknowledge it on the Capcom stream today. It was great. He's getting dressed up in the cosplay and he's
Oh my god, the life.
freaking out on videos and doing it. Like just let the voice actor go nuts on Twitter to sell your character. And they even talked about the idea of like how he was
I
at
don't know if I
5
can
and like
put
how
this
the attitude
That's a lot of
changed a
life
little
I'm
bit,
burning for that.
and he played him a little more mature. Like he's got a job now, so overall that is helping, improve his overall image and stuff. But no, Alex is just
Oh,
hell yeah.
Good.
Tons of fun there, and I don't know. I guess I saw like that battle pass got introduced like yesterday or so.
Hilarious! It's
And
so worthless.
It's bone dry, but I saw a Blanca shirt that
Oh.
I'm like, I want that Blanca shirt. So that's fine, I guess. But like, yeah, unless you're just like me and you're like, I want specifically this dumb thing. Like it feels like it's pretty dry. But I also don't know. I haven't played a ton of games with battle passes. You know what I mean? Like they're still a relatively like. I haven't gone through bad and good ones a ton. I think Rumbleverse and Multiversus were the ones that I kind of.
Multiversus was like one of the worst, I think.
Those were the two that I know, and like before that, a lot of games that used them I just haven't. So like I don't really know what an amazing battle pass looks like, really.
A battle pass so shit, the game retreated into the ether from whence it came and left.
So I guess we'll have to see. Oh yeah, I guess there's the Apex one as well, or like we could Anyway, I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking for, but I feel like
That's a lot of damage to fight
A
through.
lot of people probably are not going to be too enticed by what they see.
It feels like a business requirement that they half-assed on purpose. Like, you look at it and like, you can fucking 28-day battle pass. You can try and get
Like someone said, you have to put a battle pass in the game.
4 T-shirts and a sticker, and then they show that to fucking Jimmy the shithead for marketing, and he goes, yeah, okay, battle pass, good.
I mean, in the game that has like a ton of like cosmetic shops and things like that as well, like I feel as if
Oh no, that was a waste. Fuck.
it's if people know what that is and they come in and they hear about that and there's seasonal goods and stuff, like it's another way of getting it into the modern loop of how games update. I think the store is a fine, decent way to just offer a bunch of cosmetics and stuff, but I think if it's not putting it in your face constantly, being more basic about it, because this is the new era of Street Fighter, and dressing up your character is you can spend as much time doing that as you can, and costumes and stuff with the active fighters. So this is going to be the direction.
Yeah, the cosmetics in in the industry, it's a big way to make money, obviously, but it's kind of interesting to see how. So one of the companies that we work with a lot on the non-core gaming side, our video production company side, which is called 4A Studios. We've been doing a lot of the Riot Valorant content for VCP in the Pacific region. So we kind of I'm not like a big Valorant player. We have people working that are huge Valorant heads, but I'm not. But what's interesting to see is that there's almost like a joke about the skin money that the players get, the pro players. How sometimes they'll be like, oh man, where'd you get that new cool watch? It's like, oh, it's the skin money, bro. And it's there's this thing where the players, it goes to the players, right? I think Street Fighter kind of did this, Street Fighter 5, where they put money into the skins to go into the
The
prize
pop
pool.
bonus for the CGT.
Yeah, yeah, and so like, I mean, it's kind of like sometimes I know some people have gotten salty about this idea of like, you know, these cosmetics and like you buy a little hat, and this is what gets the marketing people excited. Have this, you know, these kind of things. But yeah, I guess it is definitely a cash cow that people can do. I think that's I can imagine that meeting. As Pat said.
It's like why? Like I eagerly await the 48 different Chun-Li and Cammy costumes that are coming in about 2 weeks. That will pay for every feature this game will ever receive.
Well, so that's the thing is, I guess I'm surprised that like something that was like a premium costume for a character or whatever.
Wow.
Like even the what was it in Multiverse? The Bugs
Oh, no!
Bunny dress and you know, a couple of the alternate versions of the characters there. You feel like that's
I
the
can't
big sell,
gap with
right?
20.
So-
20
Yeah, there
levels
is like
with,
nothing
pure skill.
attached to the fighters at all.
at all. Yeah. Straight. It's all just custom avatar stuff. Well, in any case, I mean, it was delayed and then we got it. Like, we'll see where that
Shit.
goes. But you know, again, the Street Fighter 6 package is still there. It's still great. It's just the monetization efforts. You know, Capcom's had its history trying to figure that shit out for a while now.
So,
And yeah, worst
really-
comes to
sorry, after you.
no, I was gonna say worst comes to worst. Get more jury feet on camera and
No,
we're good to go.
So there's a couple Capcom
Good
games that have
Christ.
come out in the
Holy
relative
shit.
recent past that Wooly you haven't been like super following. I know you played a lot of DMC5, right? But DMC5 started the trend that Capcom seems to be going with was like, we are gonna make a really, really fucking like content-filled game. Like you're gonna buy it at its full price and you're gonna go, wow, there's a lot of shit in here. And then like a week and a half after the reviews come out, they're gonna put some scumbag piece of shit like DLC, like buy Red Orb's currency, or buy a character voucher to re-edit your character in Monster Hunter, or buy extra jewels in RE4 Remake or whatever, that are all like massive ripoffs, but are also like wildly unnecessary. Like they are there for suckers only. And this feels like the next one of those, where it's just like, this battle pass is for rubes, and the guy in the office that demands an extra piece of monetization. Like the battle pass, the first things you unlock is rentals, and there's no DLC.
Yeah, the
characters in
rental
game.
ticket stuff is
Wait,
really,
rentals.
Yes,
Yeah,
so there's
yeah,
a rental
on the
ticket
battle pass,
system.
You get a rental ticket, and the rental ticket is like, hey man, you can play a match with a DLC character that you don't own. The game doesn't have any DLC characters!
Yeah, they're the first step for trying out Rashid or anyone that's coming on down the line.
Oh,
yeah.
it's like a demo within a game, kind of,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember how
Right.
I think there was a download you could get in Street Fighter AE 2012 where it was like, if you want to fight against Yun and Yang, but you didn't buy them, you could still do this kind of. You still, you know, like there's like there's a weird like little patch that
okay.
came out or something like that. Yeah. So here you get to rent out those characters. Exactly.
Yeah, that's actually kind of interesting because it kind of reminds me a little bit of so there's like the free-to-play system in some fighting games. I know it hasn't quite been very prevalent in the genre, but for example, you have like Killer Instinct where it kind of rotates through the. If you don't, you can get the game for free, but you can only play the character that they let you play for the
Holy
day,
shit.
right? So it just kind of rotates. And so you get to kind of try it out. But then that model is basically like, well, you're not, paying or renting. You get the game for free, and then you can do that, right? So, so I guess it's kind of a way. Yeah, League of Legends. I guess it's kind of a way. Renting a character seems kind of. I guess. I mean, there's rentals for all sorts of stuff. I guess the Adobe stuff you're renting is software now. So I guess rental is sort of dark.
I don't know. I
Everything
don't
is.
rent Adobe.
I'm using Resolve now, but
it can get there. I mean, again,
But
for
saved
me,
up all
I'm
his
someone
drinks for
who
it, I guess.
will always look at it and go like, yo, if this is a game I like and I will pick a target. Like I said, I want that blanket shirt, I bought it. You know, I'm going straight for a piece of interest that I have the specific thing. But I can't see anybody that is not, that doesn't give that, like, a fuck about that specific type of creator.
Oh, I saw somebody this morning wearing like the full set of like the pool floaties that comes in that thing, and all I could think of is like, dude, your character looks like shit. Like it does, like not even like they don't even look fucking good. It looks like trash.
It became part of the strategy. You remember Tekken 7 with like the end-game costumes where they had the shower heads going and like it just looked. That was like in arcades in Korea. Like people basically that was like that was part of the warfare, right? You had an annoying opponent who had the worst costume. And you're so bothered by it that you lose, and you're like, no, I have to do this. This is psychological warfare. You know, it's not just about your combos anymore. And yeah, it's really
Holy
Like
shit.
picking Hakan color
20
12,
levels
that
is
fucking
too
Blanca,
much.
or that Blanca costume where it's like, I can't see what the
Carnival.
fuck this character is doing.
I'm rocking that blanket Carnival costume. You bet your ass. You can't see where it starts or ends. Yeah, man. Oh, the good old days. Anyway, though,
Play that fucking Blanca costume on that goddamn plane stage in Street Fighter V. Let's fucking go.
just
Let's make the most
disappear.
unwatchable trash.
Yeah, Daigo was not bothered whatsoever by that.
What? No,
But-
really?
But yeah, no. So gonna keep plugging away at it and seeing where we get to. Although I will admit that like in all earnesty, Pat, the memes are way better when I lose and when you win. The memes go crazy. Everything that
I
gets
don't know.
edited,
Me
all
being
the clips.
salty as hell is pretty good.
Oh, I mean, nobody seems to give a fuck though. It was dead silent immediately afterwards, compared to the first time when it was a huge blow up. So, it's way, like the content suffers as a result.
Of course it's dead silent. You cheated.
Oh shit! But no, we'll be continuing. So
you guys need to script everything.
yeah,
now on,
exactly.
yeah.
Get the double KO, right? Like the first
Yeah,
introduction
yeah.
match of Jay Wong, and yeah.
Sorry,
But yeah, so that's pretty much it with news. So come hang out. We're doing Street Fighter drive sessions. We're getting Mass Effect 3 and 9 wrapped up. Once that's done, I'm going to be starting a world tour. So stick around for that. And then I know it's going to be kind of wild, but as a result of having Street Fighter on the regular, we're going to be able to do other things on Saturdays. So I might stick in something random. I might pop in some Sailor Moon. Who knows what the fuck's going to go down in the near future. So come hang out. Not to mention, of course, I want to get some of the good players in the local scene to come and do some sessions as well of Street Fighter 6, and we can talk about the journey to getting better and stuff. So yeah, it's a whole thing. Wooly Versus over on Twitch and YouTube. Anything of interest going on your side, Charles?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I've been working on that video. I guess I already talked about it, but yeah, just I guess be on the lookout. I do want to make more content, and it's kind of random when I'm scheduled. I have the schedule to be able to work on it, but yeah, for sure, I'm deep into it, and I do want to release it before Evo, but I don't know. I'm really bad about making deadlines. So, but yeah, that's one of the goals for me, a personal goal.
When it's ready, it's ready. We're here, you know? We'll get the bell. Yeah. Return to Kisoge. Yeah, the Kisoge is coming, and For Honor as well, by the way. We want to get the actual...
You just said that. You just said the same thing twice in a row.
I'm trying to get it because we know somebody that works on For Honor as a dev, and we'd like to have him come and fucking do a nice episode on that. So trying to set that up in the meantime. Everybody chill. But shit. What is that? Fuck, I forgot. I had something else. Cool. Oh yeah. Shout outs. Yo, Gene is fucking so sick. Veteran Washington Post just tweeted at me today because the Street Fighter 6 article they wrote up. He's like, hey yo, well here's a physical print of your name in the Washington Post. And I'm like, motherfucker, I can actually
Media.
print media, so now I can show it to my mom and she'll give a fuck. Right?
It's real.
So I'm like, let me go
Well,
get a
I
copy
mean-
of today's Washington Post so that now she'll care.
When print media is dying.
Yes,
Finally.
exactly. Yes. It has it has no, it's just because that's the only thing they understand, you know. Yeah, cool over there. All right. Let's take a quick word from our sponsors real quick and then we'll jump into some of but not all of the
Well, luckily there was almost
announcements.
no news this past week.
Couple things. But first. All right. We got about 4 of them today. So
Wow. So many amazing sponsors that I love and would kiss on the mouth if they were real people.
I don't know if they would reciprocate, but HelloFresh would like to. If you eat the
Put
food,
HelloFresh inside me all the time.
There you go. All right, so this week's podcast is sponsored by HelloFresh, where you can go and get yourself some pre-portioned farm fresh ingredients, seasonal recipes, and they're delivered right to your doorstep. And you don't have to kiss anybody. It's really simple, actually.
I don't even see the delivery guy in my neighborhood. I've never seen them once.
Amazing.
The HelloFresh just magically appears.
The deal, but if you don't know, it's getting fresh food that is tiered based on your preferences. You can get a delivery box. Protein, you can go balanced, you can go vegetarian, vegan, whatever your tastes are. And then, of course, they've got a ton of options that have been sorted out to be fast and fresh, 15 minutes or less of prep time. You follow the simple instructions. It's. You ever look at a fighting game command list? It's even simpler than that.
It's much simpler than that.
This
It
is
uses
just-
real words.
This is like modern mode for the kitchen, right? So if you,
That's really good. Actually.
right?
That's really
Oh, yeah, there you
These
go.
real words. I like that.
Talk to the audience. So if you wanna embrace being modern in the kitchen and impressing everybody with your amazing level 3s that were so godlike in their reaction.
Oh God.
HelloFresh is the equivalent of that
Take another take.
with food. Of course, you've also got the ability to add a little bit of extra protein here and there. And you can get not just dinners, but breakfasts, lunches, little snacks as well.
What the fuck?
They've got
That's my
saving
ear
compared
slasher.
to groceries, which are 25% more expensive on average, or takeout for that matter.
Groceries are nonsense right now.
There you
Just
go.
get HelloFresh.
Doorbell rings, it's right there. You don't even have to worry about it. So, go to HelloFresh.com/SuperBeast16 and use the code SuperBeast16 for 16 meals.
Oh fuck.
Plus free shipping. That's HelloFresh.com/SuperBeast16. Code SuperBeast16. And you're going to get 16 free meals plus free shipping. That's what we're okay.
Thanks, HelloFresh. I love you.
All right. This week's podcast is also sponsored by Bombas. And
Oh, hey, Mama.
Bombas is in the business of getting
Oh shit.
as the weather gets warmer, you want to feel good. You don't want socks that don't breathe. You don't want underwear or shirts that kind of stifle you. So this is where the high quality, moisture wicking, sweat wicking, cushiony fabric comes in play. Bombas is all about that real good material. They got the socks that don't have that stupid seam in the front that rips every time.
Both of them
Oh,
burn
you
out.
think that's bad? I'm the socks I'm wearing right now. These bullshit regular socks. I
Terrible.
keep having the problem where the heel part gets up on top of my ankle. It looks
Disgusting.
stupid.
Your horrible ankle is even made worse by those socks you put on them. you should consider the better material that comes from Bombas.
My
And
fucking buttons.
even better than
different?
that, for every pair you
Shit.
buy, they donate a pair to someone who needs it. They're the #1 most requested items at shelters, after all. So get yourself some better socks and do some good in your time. You can go to bombas.com/superbeast and use code superbeast for 20% off your first purchase. That's
Come on.
bombas.com/superbeast and use the code superbeast at checkout. bombas.com/superbeast, code superbeast.
Fine.
Thanks,
I
Bombas.
just want to beat
Thanks, Bombas.
Get rid of the thing for.
If you're listening to this
Oh.
podcast, then
Coming out of pause, it doesn't deactivate things.
Raycon is also sponsoring this week. They are in the business of getting you high-quality wireless
I'll, like,
listening
unpause and hold
products
back.
that really simplify your life without the cords. Because if you're not going wireless at this point,
Totally
you're
not
just asking
satisfied.
for pain, suffering,
For real?
injury. You know, you might turn around one moment and find it wrapped around your neck. You might trip over it. You know, it's a hazard, really.
There's
Get-
only so many times your stupid dog can run past you and pull an entire laptop off the kitchen table before you go, I am done with these wires.
Dog or cat cannot chew on a wire that does not exist. So that is very important. You want to get that going. By the way, Gerald, what's the cat name? The people want to know. I've seen some curiosity.
So the gray one is Pablo, and the red one is Pancho, and he's diabetic, so
Oh,
give him insulin.
Pablo
every
and
day.
Pancho. Good stuff. That's
Yeah,
what's
Pablo
up.
and Pancho.
Nice. There you go, everybody. There you go. All right. Yes, you can get the wire out of your life and get yourself high
Stupid
quality as
spicy
well,
chocolate.
premium audio listening. When you check out some Raycons in particular as well, you can get yourself a pair and a spare while saving compared to the premium, crazy, insane expensive wireless earpods on the market that are currently in the process. You know, if a company's looking and saying, hey, we'll sell you a VR headset with no controllers and new AI face on the other side of it for upwards of $35,000 to maybe $4,000, depending on where you live, they're probably going to rip you off on your headphones.
Gandhi
too, so
cat.
just, you know,
It's like a sailor cat.
be worry about that.
not naming names or anything.
You know. Anyways, free domestic shipping and flat fee international shipping as well on your Raycons. So go to buyraycon.com/superbeast today to get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/superbeast to score 15% off. One more time, buyraycon.com/superbeast. My wife is literally wearing them right now. Thanks, Raycon.
Thank you, Raycon.
And last, but certainly not least, the podcast is sponsored by DoorDash. Summer's around the corner, and Dash Pass
Wooly,
is
I'm hungry right now. Could
What?
DoorDash bring me a hot dog sandwich?
immediately. It can happen. In particular, if you feel like you are just like, I'm hungry right now, I don't want to move even. You hit the button.
Right.
That's fine. They can bring it right to you. They can dash. You know what that means? That means tapping
means go quickly.
forward. You know how fast that is? It's crazy,
Somewhat.
right? I've seen delivery men wave dashing with DoorDash. It's crazy. It's like you have to get a little bit off the ground and then like dodge toward. It's a whole thing, but there's smoke coming off, and they get you your food, and it's wild.
My favorite DoorDash experience is hearing the knock, going to get the food, and the guy somehow already driving away. I'm like,
Yes.
how did you
That's
get
it.
back to your car so quickly, man?
What you didn't even
must have
see.
dashed.
You didn't even see that when the food got dropped off for a couple seconds, the delivery person went back and forth just as a flex, and then they got out of there. Shout outs to the Dashers. So yeah, no, you can get a Dash Pass that gets you 0 delivery fees and reduced service fees as well on all eligible orders, making it easier and more affordable. So yeah, you can get your essentials with
gotta
that.
take the
I've gotten
temperature
paper
down.
towels
It's
dropped
like
off. I've gotten
humid in here.
emergency napkins and even paper plates when I found myself a little bit short on them with some company. So I mean, hey, you can get that going for you as well. Check
They
them out.
won't judge you to your face.
Secretly, we have no
Secretly, yeah.
guarantees. But,
but
to your
I
face
mean,
at the very least.
No,
Yeah.
definitely not.
Yeah, and of course, all your local go-tos, your mom and pop shops, as well as your favorite chains, all on with over 300,000 partners to pick from. So, experience summer like no other. Your best summer with a Dash Pass membership from DoorDash today. Sign up for Dash Pass now, and you'll get your first month free. Plus, when you use the promo code, you'll get 50% off up to a $10 value when you spend $15 or more on your next Dash Pass order. When you download the DoorDash app, enter the code Beast Summer. Damn, it's a
That's a
Beast
great
Summer.
code.
There you go. Wow. All right. That's 50% off when you spend $10 or more on your next Dash Pass order. When you download the DoorDash app and enter the code Beast Summer.
Get out of the
Don't forget
grandma's
Beast
space.
Summer for 50% off your next order. Subject to change. Thank you.
I'm getting hungry now.
Dude, we do the ads for the food, and it's 7 p.m. and I have not eaten dinner. I am grumpy now.
Welp. I know what'll make you hungry.
What's that?
Let's talk about Mortal Kombat.
Dude, okay. I ranted and raved and hated on MK1 last week or the week before.
Yep.
Time for me to say something nice. Having 4 down inputs do your taunt in Mortal Kombat because NetherRealm games have an insane teabagging problem is inspired. It is genuinely inspired. That's how you taunt in MK1. You hit down 4 times.
We have interpreted your teabagging and are using the translation system to convert that into your gesture.
Well, so that's the actual taunt command is 4 downs.
Wild.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wild. There's a couple things. So the gameplay reveal came out for MK1, and all the stuff aside, there's a couple things going on that the main thing I was interested in was like mechanics, gameplay wise, like what are they changing, what are they going for, and some decisions are kind of wild, right? So have you heard about the up block? There's apparently Mortal Kombat block button, right? We all know. In the game now, there's something called an up block, and essentially because jump-ins were always so strong, you can now, while holding block, press up, and for a brief second, your character switches from blocking Mortal Kombat style to aiming it straight upwards, and it has a recovery on it, so if you whiff, you're super punishable and get blown up. But if you counter something that is specifically a jump in, you will it'll almost act like a parry in that you recover right away while they land and you do a full punish on them. So you still have normal blocking, and there's still like faultless defense practically as well. Well, not faultless defense, instant blocking.
Fuck, that'd be a very different thing.
Yeah, not FD. But now instant blocking is just it just negates chip damage, I think, is the difference. But yeah, up block is like a specific like committal call out, which means then someone jumping in on you might be doing an empty jump, at which point they get a full get a hard punish. But this is still Mortal Kombat.
Oh
my god!
Oh my god! So many good episodes.
It is what it is. Interesting decision on that. We were talking about chip damage and how that gets treated earlier. So what MK1 is doing with chip is kind of wild. You cannot die for a chip as long as you have super meat. So if you have a fatal blow and you're on the magic pixel, it depletes from your fatal blow instead. And then when you use it, then you die.
So as you're being chipped out, they're taking your fucking bar?
It takes away from your so what you like basically you try to use it as your comeback at a certain point, fatal blow into fatal blow, and then once you've both spent it or whatever, then you can be chipped out. But as long as you have fatal blow ready to go, you can't be chipped to death. It's a commitment to spending it or just choosing to hold on to it. A little bit reminiscent of combo in KI where you can spend the super to get last breath. But in this case, it's just like, yeah, you can choose to not be chipped out if you feel like not cashing that damage out.
Yeah, it kind of seems like it's a mechanic to kind of make that moment pretty tense. Or you basically are in a position where you have a comeback potential with the meter, and at the same time you can't get chipped out, right? So it's kind of that moment where if somebody's within one hit or one combo of dying with the meter, then it kind of, I guess, it increases the chances of those comebacks happening.
Yes,
If I understand this correctly.
yeah. My interpretation of it was essentially like the fight will have to be a close one because you've both spent that meter, and now it can be chipped out. But if you haven't spent it yet, we don't want you dying just yet. We want you to get an opportunity to spend it. If it doesn't kill them, now you're in that tense situation. So it's trying to create a tense round. So
Yeah.
it's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. Also, the block up. Is there a name for this block up? Like parry. Up block. Okay, so it's kind of like a parry for jump ins, and I guess it's to kind of make people think not twice but 3 times about jumping in.
Yeah.
But then you can bait that by jumping in, empty jumping, and what's kind of that kind of made me think of. So I was playing some matches on Sunday. I play Honda, and I have a friend. Some of you guys might know him. He goes by Burnout Fighter. He's resident Dolphin player. And
With the Karen
and he's really good at parrying. He's really good at the game in general. And I realized, like, jumping in, it kind of made me feel like I was playing the third strike meta game a little bit, where you jump in, and then if you're always jumping in and attacking, and you get parried, they can counter with like a fierce or whatever. And so then the answer to that is to do an empty jump and throw or something else, right? And so I feel like that's kind of where their thought process was in Mortal Kombat. But yeah, I guess depending on how much of a punish you can get when they whiff that the up block. Yeah, it's kind of it's interesting because in Street Fighter it's kind of like it's not a block game, right? So Mortal Kombat is doing this kind of like a block interpretation, right? But by the way, block as a button to block game is a very big divisive, I think, characteristic in fighting games. With the stuff that I'm working on right now is there's a section about a button to block, because it does change the game a lot. And I know there's some people who are like, ew, button to block, I'm not going to touch that game. And some people really like it. So that's it's really interesting.
It is a very, so it's like if you've picked your bed and you're gonna sleep in it, which is we have a block button no matter what, then okay, what can we do with this, right? There's that. There's certainly the way that crouching works with fireballs in those games, where like a fireball can go right over your head if you're not blocking, but if you are blocking and crouching, then it'll hit. So like there's a little bit of awareness you can have too, to being like, I want to just crouch and let that go over my head and then get back up and move forward. That is interesting about it.
Maybe I'm just a massive cynical prick. Possible. But like up block seems cool, but there's part of me in my chest that goes like, NetherRealm games have some of the most vicious, disgusting zoner nonsense ever, and the idea of giving like a free pass to like another way for those characters to punish jump-ins
so
just seems really vindictive.
Well, so the perspective that you probably haven't heard there, though, is that like the state those games kind of were in, like 10 and 11 particularly, was one where jump-ins were very, very fast and very good. It was a response to the fact that those jumping in a lot of cases was a great option compared to other situations. There's also something going on with the game as well, where there's no run, but kind of dashing in. with intention.
That was
But they
really
made
something.
walking really, really quick. So they made it so that like effectively like walk speed is faster than it's ever been, and they kind of want that to like close the distance as your main you know, method of imposing space is literally just holding forward, you know. So yeah, we're seeing that as well. And then I think the part of the game that I'm the most curious about is like, okay, so you didn't do a team-based fighter. This isn't Mortal Kombat Tag or even Marvel 3 Mortal Kombat in terms of 3v3 or so. But the cameo system is showing up in a lot of places besides just having them jump out and do the move. Your throw becomes affected by the cameo. So you have three throws. You have a forward or back throw where your cameo comes out and does the action actually, and depending on who they are, the throw changes its properties and such. Or if the cameo is unavailable because of the cooldown, you have I think it's just like a grab and push, kind of like a Tekken style, you know, shove, which then leaves you open to eating a button or something to that effect. So, like, there's a little bit of a play they're having where cameos work their way into the basics of throwing even. And they also, you can hit cameos and they take damage from your main life bar.
That's nice.
Yeah, so it's
Kind of like a happy anniversary instead of a happy
sure,
birthday.
yeah, I guess. You know, like when you hit Chip, you know, Gamma Blade, right? Like it's just it's a
Yeah.
bit like that. Everybody fucking loses. Yeah, so this cameo thing. I mean, I think it still would have been real cool to go all the way in with the team-based fight, but they're going pretty intense with the cameos. And I think because of that, we're able to see some of the combos now look like Marvel combos. You know, you're seeing like a regular extended like string go into a Sonya air like, you know, aerial cover projectile or like relaunches from them coming out, and then essentially serving the same purpose that you would see like an OTG assist in Marvel would jump back out, pop them back up, and you continue your combo. You're seeing the cameos being used in that way as well, you know. So at the very least, it's embracing the hyperness of what it's like when you have multiple people out on the screen.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a way to, you know, you get kind of the benefits of team battle games, but without committing so much that it becomes that, and you know, you have to learn, you know, two characters and
Yeah.
you know, a ton of different setups, and the way they managed to put it into throw game. Is yeah.
I will
Yeah.
say that it is a smart way to like massively increase the roster of characters that are technically without having to make a massive roster of characters. And it also kind of gives them like a free pass where, you know, let's say Noob Saibot's in the game, but he's not actually a character, he's just a cameo. And people just don't shut the fuck up about him.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, we know who to go for the next season rolling around.
Every one of those goofy Armageddon show up as a cameo. It's just a cameo. And, you know, they don't need to be playable. They just have to be in there.
Jesus
and then your cameos do fatalities for you, right?
Like, I don't want mocap playable, man, but he can be there.
But yeah, the way it's affecting gameplay is making it its most hyper Mortal Kombat has ever been. Right? So, yeah, we'll see interesting things as it kind of comes out.
Jesus.
Oh,
She
yeah, there
moves
was also
so
a note
fast.
about how there's combo breakers. You can
They
do
definitely
breakers,
must
but
be
that costs your
buffed
full
around a
cameo
little bit.
bar
That's
plus
fine.
all your meters, so it costs you everything if you want to get out of dodge. Anyway, yeah,
Hell of a burst.
expensive, the most expensive burst in fighting games. Yeah, everything, you know.
Yeah.
Um,
Is it punishable if they bait it, or do you
I
know
don't
about
know.
that, or-
I don't know.
Okay. If it's just works, then I guess that would be.
Could you imagine though?
It's so expensive. I mean,
You
yeah,
spend
you
it
spend all
all.
that, and then you get punished, and then you lose. You're just like, wait, now I have nothing.
And I shouldn't even be pressing buttons. It would have been better to just take my hands off the goddamn control.
Right? If your cameo was like a get off me kind of Captain Commando thing, now that's gone too. Like, yeah, you just gotta hold it.
Ow. He's still pretty
Yeah.
tough.
Anyway, so that's what's going on there. Yeah. So not E3 took place, and every company did its not E3 show so far. I mean, look to curate because there's a whole bunch of them, but we're not going to go through all of that.
Hey, Curate, just skip that whole fucking Capcom event. Literally nothing.
All right.
Literally nothing.
So with Capcom, I will say, like, so they showed off Cross Dive Offline, where I'm like, hey, it's not a fucking mobile thing anymore. I wonder what that game is actually like. I might even consider taking a look. But regardless, you got Dragon's Dogma. You got some information that was kind of
No,
what was already out there.
there was nothing.
Well, if I'm
They
not-
said
if I'm
it's
not
going to be a really map. That is the
Okay.
only new information. They did that thing where they don't have anything to show, so they cut pieces out of the trailer and pretend they're new clips.
Here's the two things that I want to know about. One, Path of the Goddess. This new, what was it called? It was Path of the Goddess. There's another name.
Oh, it's got
before
some
that.
a Japanese name prior to that.
Kunitsu Gami.
Yeah, but it's not listed in the title in English, so it's hard to remember.
Yeah, that thing looks really colorful and interesting. The art direction is quite beautiful. I like anything that even vaguely reminds me of Onimusha and Mikami.
Yeah.
So
I thought it was going to be Onimusha when it
really did. Yeah, you're seeing yokai and things like that, but it's just like ancient, like folklore Japan as the aesthetic. And we don't know anything about what the gameplay is going to look like, but it's very pretty to look at. So, interested to see what Capcom is doing with that. And then the other one was, remember that astronaut with the little girl game from last time?
I started my stream today, and somebody said, "Do you think we'll see Paramelcus or whatever the fuck it is?" I go, I don't know what that is. Pragmata. Do you think they see Pragmata? I go, I don't remember what that is. And then they do a little trailer where they go, sorry, it's delayed out to infinity, and then the apology letter comes onto the screen, and I'm sitting there going, I don't remember this game existing at all.
I vaguely do recall the trailer where it was an astronaut, and then he is holding a little girl's hand, and then they teleport to the moon, and then they're looking at the Earth.
Sure.
And
Yeah,
here,
delay it, I guess.
so here was
Sure.
another cutscene, and then it cut to like 2 seconds of gameplay, which has the guy in the armor kind of running, and he dodges a sword, and then he runs from a bunch of missiles, and it's just running and dodging, but it had like a little bit of a Vanquish feel for like a second. And I'm just like, I don't know what this is gonna be.
It feels like a game that doesn't exist.
But I had my brain had a little like moment of like, Vanquish? I don't know.
You fucking wish, dude.
I do wish. Yes. Magical thinking. Let's wish it into the world. Yeah, that was pretty much Capcom. There's not much to say there. I'd like to find out more with this Path of the Goddess thing.
The only thing of note is the Ace Attorney game, the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney games are coming to most platforms. So now you can play Ace Attorney 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and great Ace Attorney 1 and 2 on Steam. You can finally play all those games without doing like the Android or iOS versions.
Moving forward, they did it.
How's the boat game?
I mean, they played the music from the boat game. How about that?
Oh, did they?
Yeah. No, look, I saw they had Assassin's Creed Mirage, which we've talked about that already last time. We don't need to go back over it, but hey, we're doing one again. It's an homage to one because it's been that one, right? Right.
Sure.
Okay.
Fuck it.
Star Wars Outlaws. I feel as if maybe this is like, hey, you're never getting 1313, but
Yeah.
here's this.
Also, there was a CG trailer that had nothing.
From the people that made the Division, so it's
No! Oh, I should
I'm thinking it's kind of just like, this is your 1313. You better fucking.
Hey, Wooly, look into my
Look
camera.
over
Get Division people. Ooh, get really excited.
Oh, fuck.
You know, I was hoping for 1313 long ago, and Anyways, yeah, Outlaws. They did show some gameplay actually. There was the initial one during the Xbox
Oh yeah, the
one,
movie thing.
and then the Ubi thing showed a whole sequence where she like snuck into a factory and then ran out and built deals.
Oh,
You know.
that was all.
We'll look at that and then come back to a different side.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just have to see. But I have to say though, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. I'm in. I'm very interested. Seeing a little bit more of that, the Metroidvania aspects, of course, the Prince of Persia Classic, applied to platforming and stuff, and then the combat looks pretty fucking hype. I saw launchers, I saw some air combos, and I saw the time mechanic where you put a ghost behind you, do a combo, launch them up, teleport back to the ghost, and then resume from the other side. And it's like, yeah, fucking with time in the middle of your stylish combos is a ton of fun. Top Lost Crown looks.
Oh, come on, man.
So I thought that was like an XBLA title. That's a full price game. I thought that was gonna be like $20.
I guess because of the camera perspective, you think maybe, but if it's a full game. It's a full game, man. But I'm seeing the wall traversal. I saw air dashes and all that shit. And I'm like, yeah, okay, we got one now. I'm interested.
Alright, I'm calling this Star Wars Outlaws Watch Porgs.
Watch ports.
Yeah,
It's not a dog. It's not a
because I'm
watchdog.
watching it. It's Watch Dogs. It's just Watch Dogs.
That's Star Wars. Yeah. So they kind of that was pretty much that. And then Microsoft had their Naughty 3 as well. And okay, so
Top one was fairly interesting.
a couple things there. Fable is back, and Fable's tone and cutscenes were like, yeah, that's the funny Fable. That's cool.
England.
Yep. But of course, we're gonna have to see gameplay. I think it was just more mainly the sequels of them from John. There, but you know,
Too tough.
South of Midnight, cutscene only trailer. You know, sure. 33 Immortals.
Same thing. Only trailer.
Senua's Sacrifice. Really like the first game. Looking forward to where they go with that. That game, because I already know what they did last time, I'm pretty excited about. And the binaural audio in the trailer is still fucking killing it with the sounds of just voices and the like really amazing depiction of just like the schizophrenia of her, you know, just like taking over and stuff. It's really, really cool. I love that stuff. But yes, cutscenes only, of course. 33 Immortals, a game where you are rogueliking with 33 other people at the same time. I saw the animation and I was like, I recognize that animation. That looks like Jotun. And sure enough, it is from the same studio that made Jotun. We'll see what that's like, but 32 people to be toxic to in one campaign, goddamn.
Works for me.
Let's see what happens, man. Persona 3 Reload.
Hey, wow. What a surprise! That was... Couldn't believe it!
God damn it, we are never getting P5 Arena. We're never getting it.
Don't lose hope.
I mean...
Oh, you mean Persona 3 Reload featuring Makoto Yuki from Streets?
Yeah, so Persona 3 Reload, I'm actually super fucking jazzed on that, especially because, like, you know, my wife was going through it, and, like, she was struggling with P3P. Just, I guess,
Yeah.
it just, the 5 was great, 4 was older but still great, 3 was just a bit too brutal with the grind through Tartarus, I think. And, it looks like 3 Reload is giving it the treatment of P5, so that's going to be a really inviting way to get people to experience that, because that game has some really cool shit in it that is absolutely fucking worth not missing. Goddamn, do I love how the protagonist rolls in that.
Hey man, whatever. We get another remix of Heartful Cry. The game's totally worth it.
Know the answer.
fuck yeah, that shit sucks. Oh man, I saw a lot of people. I can't believe not all the content from P3 Fez is coming. What about the answer? I'm like, did you people even play the answer? That thing is terrible.
By the way, Gerald, we're rolling through a bunch of announcements that happened while you were sleeping, so don't worry about
Figured.
it. Don't
I'm catching
worry
up.
about
I'm
it.
looking at the trailers right now while you're mentioning them. Like,
Yeah,
oh, that was
it's
cool. I don't know about
totally
that.
okay. I you know, some like guests have felt nervous in the past about not necessarily knowing what's going on or conversation or whatever. It's fine. Don't just I'm putting it out there for
No, I'm just. This is like I'm watching the show with you know with the people watching the stream. So yeah, I'm just doing real time. I'm getting the news from you guys.
the worst possible place to get your news, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Yeah, okay, we saw the Obsidian Fantasy FPS Avowed.
Okay, whoa, stop. That's not, no, that is
Okay.
not an FPS.
Okay.
God, what is up
Okay.
with Obsidian games?
Okay.
I made the Pillars of Eternity joke earlier. This game is also a Pillars of Eternity game.
Okay, it is the
It's an
fantasy.
open world RPG.
It is. Excuse me. I don't mean FPS in the shooter sense. Rather, I mean it is first person. It is a first
First-person Skyrim. That's the
Obsidian,
genre that it is emulating.
It is Skyrim. But that's not the only. But there's the other Skyrim, which is the space remake, right? But even the space
Man, they
remake,
showed that game for an hour, and it. Ooh.
Starfield. That's where I thought the Skyrim drop was going to come. So Bethesda showed off what I believe is being called, quote, the first new Bethesda IP in 25 years.
Yeah, they said they called it the most important RPG ever made in that show. And like you could just feel your gut just go, no.
Give me a second to. Yeah, I'm gonna write down space rimming. So in Starfield, from what I can tell, when that was announced some time ago, there was a distinct "this is never coming out" vibe to the energy of that announcement.
There really was.
Yeah, that was some years ago. From what I can tell as well, there was a point where I think it was like, this is going to be third person walking around exploring, but first person combat. It was nice to see actually both third and first person for both exploration.
Yeah, I mean that was
really
gonna
like
be how those
giving
always work.
the option. Yeah. Designing it. I mean, it takes a lot of work to make a game like designed one way or the other, and you know, there's oftentimes a commitment where it's like, this will be a subpar experience if you're playing it in the way it wasn't designed. Go see third person.
I'm gonna tell you right now, it's
Edge.
gonna be a subpar experience in third person.
Okay. Well,
I played every Bethesda game that has come out that had a third person mode in it.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're gonna want to play that. In fucking
God
first person.
damn. They showed off first person and third person like spaceship control, cockpit or behind your ship. I'm just someone who likes to see my character. I like to see the world and stuff. And
So maybe I'm just a cynical prick. But when I was watching the stream for the Starfield presentation, first of all, Bethesda's really tanked its reputation really hard with Fallout 76 in particular. But there was something that someone in my chat said that really stood out to me incredibly strongly, which was, it was an hour-long gameplay demonstration in which like 50% of the total runtime was footage of people talking in their office. And gameplay footage was never allowed to extend for more than like 30 seconds. And we've seen a lot of those presentations over the past 5 to 10 years. And they kind of always mean the same thing, which is that the game is going to come out like fucked up.
shout-outs to watching the live presentation a little bit later than live, so that you can just mash forward when the gameplay isn't happening. Big fan of that. Atlantic City is gonna fix it. Anyway, we saw Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth with Naked Ichiban in Hawaii.
Hawaii.
That makes sense because
They
there's
are finally gonna do it.
Yeah.
the Like a Dragon series is going to take, at least in part, in America.
Japan and Hawaii are very connected, you know, so that makes sense for it to be like that first step. To Terrace House Hawaii season energy. Sure. I guess
So excited to see the people behind the zaniest depiction of Japan in modern video games
depicting
depict
America.
what they think the United States is like.
Oh my god. Like the most I kind
Also,
of
that
want.
dub is going to be nonsense. That is going to be a confusing dub.
So it's either going to be like the best possible, like through the lens interpretation, or it'll be America, but there'll be a Lawson and a Kombini right around the corner,
yeah.
regardless.
Oh, that'd be good.
Oh man, I'm very excited to see that.
So, there was a trailer for the Kiryu spinoff, The Man with No Name.
Yes.
In which his watch gives him like Spider-Man webs. Yeah. So like, and that series has like no attachment to the concept of reality whatsoever. So I would not be surprised if Ichiban gets like the fucking like magic watch that just translates everyone like a Star Trek.
Oh, a label fish through his.
Like I would be totally unsurprised.
Sure. The language barrier is not gonna be an issue. Maybe. Or better, it makes everyone else speak Japanese.
Yeah, sure. Fuck it.
And then yeah, the real reason why I'm like we're never getting P5 Arena is because it's like, okay, so we got a whole bunch of people working on Persona 3 Reload, and if you're not working on that, then you're working on Persona 5 Tactica, a tactical take on the P5 games, which they had their Striker spin-off, so like I guess this is where the Etrian Odyssey spin-off would go, except they're going into a different genre here. And if they're not working on that, then whoever was left over at Atlas was working on Metaphor,
Whoever you would
Re-Phantasm.
expect to work on Persona 6 is actually working on Metaphor.
And Metaphor is a whole new Atlas, SMT looking, but not SMT thing. And it looks gorgeous.
Yeah, it looks great.
I'm very excited for the design aesthetics that SMT and Persona have with their like UI and stuff coming through in just like a completely different context and different setting. Character design and all that stuff is like, I mean, fuck, like Catherine had a lot of that, right? Where you're like, ooh, it's that Atlas going on in a completely different setting, and I love that that's going on here too as well. It looks fucking sick.
Yeah, Atlas is done with those stinky fighting games.
They did one, and they said never again.
No, they did one, and they were like, maybe one more. And then they did a second one, and they're like, okay, gross. That's enough.
Yeah, maybe the best decision that they can make.
I mean, P5, P4 are my favorite of all time. Nothing looks like that one here. I was just this week lamenting, like, I mean, it's here. They did port it. They did get the rollback in, but fuck me.
Play it.
Though if the world wouldn't be a better place with a game that had a cast of 5, 4, 3, all fighting there, and then even a little bit of 2 and 1.
No, you're
to get
now
some
you're
people to
smoking
fuck out.
fucking crack.
I was saying the protagonist, right? To just get that full pop off going.
Persona didn't even have a first and second game. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're correct. Persona begins with Persona 1, which is the one that is being remade right now in blue. And Persona 2 was yellow, and Persona 3 was red. Correct.
Yeah.
Anyways, shout outs to Susie, the Sphere Hunter, who's now going to be in Cyberpunk 2077.
Looks like it's really weird to see somebody scanned in into a game and be digitized.
Phantom Liberty. That is really dope. She's gonna be playing Stella, so big kudos on that. Now some of you like cryptic, holy shit, I can't say anything but wow announcements make a ton of sense. Go Susie, go. That's awesome.
She was talking about it on Twitter earlier about how like she saw some of it, and it seems like CD Projekt, especially with Phantom Liberty, has like completely overhauled like every single system and NPC and environment in the game.
Great.
So Phantom Liberty is like its own little remastering.
Fantastic. That is very encouraging to hear.
I know it's you, Bosch.
Don't Nod showed off a mountain climbing game where it seems to just be like a fantasy Alex Honnold simulator called Jusant. It's mountain climbing in a fantasy setting. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I'm just like, yo, that company has like, the growth in size and budget capability has been astronomical. Like, Life is Strange made them so much cash that they've gone from like the Capcom small studio that made Remember Me to now publishing other games and having like at 4 or 5 pending things. So, wow.
You know,
Okay,
despite them. Sorry, after you.
Oh yeah, this is Don't Nod is the company that made Life is Strange, right? Is that the game where like you can go in the room and find like someone had written the Chun-Li like command list?
Oh,
in
as like a
the-
cameo
it's like
thing?
yeah, it's like a okay, yeah, I remember playing that game, but yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, they've basically they've been expanding out into like not just the story narrative style things. And, blow the fuck up. Yeah, and you know, just a couple other things. The Banner Saga folks announced Towerborn, which
Yeah, they're making Castle Crashers.
I saw Guardian Heroes essentially going on there.
God damn
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
Why not?
Fine, burn one of these.
Clockwork Revolution.
Okay, the noises you're making, you had the same weird internal gut feeling of like, are they just doing Bioshock Infinite again?
Don't take it from me, and don't take it from you. Take
Okay.
it from the person who cut the Bioshock trailers that worked on that game on Twitter, who made a thread going, watching this trailer is making me feel very weird. And then they posted a bunch of side-by-sides of like, here is I forgot the Vox Populi lady in Bioshock Infinite.
Daisy Fitzroy.
Here's the not Daisy Fitzroy. Here is the not Comstock poster moment.
Tell me you retweeted that, because I want to look that shit.
I didn't, but it shouldn't be hard to find.
Dude, it made me feel like gaslit that like maybe Bioshock Infinite was like game I thought came out.
We have Bioshock Infinite at home, actually. Down to they had like the obviously the town square with the statue. Like, there's things where the idea of a this kind of dystopia, like progress tech world is, you know, zip lines and all that. Like, you could have these echoing ideas. Certainly, there was that other one that came out recently, but the way the trailer was showing off certain moments and scenes, it was like, but you also opted for the moments that would make it seem the most.
Oh my god! I found the thread.
You found the thread,
about.
right?
It is shot for shot, dude.
It's
like,
so
holy
strange.
Fuck.
If you're making a game that has the energy of something and is again Bioshock Infinite at home, why make the trailer also have such similar cuts and scenes? You know, wild. Yeah. I should have.
Point to the stands. Like, Bioshock Infinite is probably the game that reviewed the best and like was loved the most on release and aged like the worst of that whole era of video games. Like, why would you pick that as like we're gonna do it? We're gonna do it good this time.
Yeah. So that's Buttmac on Twitter. Who did the thread where they were talking about it and putting the side-by-sides up. So yeah, Clockwork Revolution, I had that, I'm watching it like, whoa.
But
Like,
actually,
is there a part of this where you're like, did some team from Infinite work on this and then kind of go, wait, let's do it again. Let's fix it this time. You know, because I had that reaction to Party Animals going, why are you guys just doing Gang Beasts? And it turned out it was the same people doing a better version of their idea again.
Oh, is that what that is?
That's why Party Animals look so much like Gang Beasts. It's the same devs.
Oh, well that's,
Yeah.
Okay.
You're like, oh, fine. Got it. Cool. No problem. You know, that makes sense. Whew. Yeah. So anyway.
The inhumanity of barrels.
You know,
Yeah,
and
weird.
it was very, very strong. And that with those vibes.
Okay.
Someone said, hey, Wooly, you're getting 2 hi-fi rushes this year. And I was like, what? And then they showed Dungeons of Hinterberg. To which, I mean, that's a bit of a stretch. But it is a cell-shaded action game. And
I don't know. That is a real stretch.
It's got some combat, but that's not what... It's a little more than a cell-shaded action game does not a hi-fi rush make. You know,
You change it.
so that comparison is already kind of just like, yeah,
That's
we can
silly.
Relax. But, you know, I don't know. I feel as if that was kind of the deal. Is just like a bunch of stuff that was cutscene only. That it's
Yeah,
you know,
Jerry,
why
give me
even
a
bother
cookie,
going into
please.
it? And
Oh, they
Yeah.
showed off that, God, what was it? John Carpenter's Dead Monsters or whatever the fuck?
still wakes. The
I don't
Geek?
know.
No.
No. Oh man, it looked like trash. Like it was.
Wait,
just,
the filmmaker John Carpenter is
Yes.
he making games?
His name is
Toxic
on a game.
Commando.
His name is on a
Oh.
game. Yeah.
Okay.
Toxic Commando.
That is a thing.
And it's just like, oh, and somebody in my chat called it Back 5 Blood, and I was
Fine,
like,
yeah.
oh, okay, got it.
Okay, you know what was sick though?
Yeah?
Fucking Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 has balloons in it?
Yeah, dude.
Yo! What? You can get a hot air balloon going. That's sick. I'm down. I don't know. That's fucking cool as shit, man.
You know, a balloon is just like a really big hot kite.
It's a
Right.
big hot kite. All right, and for anyone that doesn't know, I'm down with some kites. Right, get into kiting games. This is what we do over here. I was very impressed when they showed off like, hey, it's the planes and here's every kind of plane. I'm like, yeah, I know. And they're like, we're doing not just everything plane related, everything airborne, including a hot air balloon. And I'm like, come again? What's up?
Well,
So,
it's,
yeah.
it's, like, it's not a plane simulator, right?
People will. In fact, I knew somebody who wanted to get their plane license, pilot's license, so they would use Flight Simulator with a really expensive setup to practice doing flights in real time. You know, get a coffee, sit there, do the whole run, and I mean, I have no dreams of operating a hot air balloon anytime soon. But I certainly would be fucking curious to simulate that shit. You know? I don't know. We're not getting pilot wings back anytime soon. So.
No, probably not.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know if you saw or thought there was anything particularly of note besides all that. But Payday 3 is
I don't know much about those games. Apparently, they're very good.
Starfield appears to be the biggest, like, we're going all in on the show, do an hour of this, and
Oh, fuck.
I mean, I don't know if, like, are they going for, this is going to be our Skyrim space, but also our Mass Effect, but also our...
No, it is
like,
very, very much not.
The range on that.
Okay.
So I'm kind of a hater, but one of the things that really stood out to me watching the Starfield stuff is that it is like wildly human-centric in that there are like no aliens.
Not a single
to
fucking
talk to.
alien, huh?
Not a one. the
You can't
story
even bang
apparently
an
seems
alien.
to be about like maybe there's aliens, and it's like this seems like the bare minimum for a space story.
What the fuck
Is
are we doing?
Talk to like a weird alien.
Why are we going to space if we can't bang an alien? Like,
I don't know. I don't get it.
holy shit! I
People
didn't even
be
realize until you just said it.
They
That is wild.
They showed off a lot. They showed off a lot of improvements from like Fallout 4, like a top-down view for a city creating or whatnot. And I went back and I found somebody comparing like the footage from last year and the footage from this year of like similar areas. And the areas look like they have been completely remade from the ground up. And my gut is that's what Phil Spencer was talking about in that interview a couple months ago, where he described that Microsoft didn't really impart to the Redfall developers just how serious Microsoft is about quality, but we got into Starfield real early and really imparted to the Starfield devs that Microsoft wants quality.
Well, nothing says quality like 30 FPS locked on consoles.
Yeah, well, that's not really surprising. It's a Bethesda game.
You know.
The real question is, if you pick up a sandwich off a table, does every other item on the table jump up a little
Shoot
bit
into space
and then fall down?
Oh goddamn! Can we mod Macho Man into whatever the spaceships are gonna look like?
I feel
yeah.
like there was a line of dialogue from from Todd or somebody in there that was like kind of buried underneath them showing off the game that I feel like is really vital to set everyone's expectations. They described like, oh, there's thousands of there's 1,000 planets, and the planets can have all sorts of things on them, and when you land, your event that happens there might be different from somebody else's because the system is gonna generate quests for you, and it's like, oh, this is most of the fucking landmass in these planets is going to be a procedurally generated space with
Where have I heard that before?
with what Bethesda calls radiant quests, which are quests that go and auto-generate objectives for you based off of your area. And people who've played Oblivion or Skyrim or Fallout 4 have played a lot of Radiant quests. They are filler. They are very bad. And they kind of said it out loud that, like, yeah, most of the game world is dreck.
Can we get a No Man's Sky name drop right around here, or no?
I feel bad for Bethesda because they were working on this game before No Man's Sky came out. And the reaction to No Man's Sky and all the stuff that happened with that has annihilated people's tolerance for the phrase "there's thousands of planets and you can go anywhere."
Right. Bringing it back to the good version of it. Even.
Yeah, like the skepticism built into people who played No Man's Sky when it came out is just off the charts.
You were gonna say, Gerald?
Yeah, I mean, whenever I heard the term procedurally generated, I immediately thought of No Man's Sky and just the reactions and everything. But I'm wondering, like, if the game got, patched or changed since then, or I guess it's
There
just,
is a fantastic video series by internet historian called The Ingoodening of No Man's Sky, which goes over the exhaustive journey over multiple years to basically fix a wildly fucked up game. And since that video, there have been updates like every 2 months.
Awesome. It's great.
They've worked like 3 or 4 games worth into that game now. It's very, very impressive.
But the shadow remains cast, right? The taste is still in everyone's mouths, certainly.
Yeah.
Okay.
So one of the things that really stood out is it was a Bethesda presentation that was like a lot of cuts, and they would say, "Look how fast the planets are," and they would do these panning shots. And I've played a lot of Bethesda games, and so has a lot of my audience. And the thing that really stood out is like they would do these pans, and the pan would show like a large forest or a large, desert or whatever, and there's nothing you could fucking see. You couldn't see a cave. You couldn't see a structure. You couldn't see a lake. It was just like, it looked like a really high-end version of the Mass Effect 1 planets. Just
Big empty.
expanse.
Yeah. Well, in any case, man, I you know, you hear me say it every single time with the fucking the cynical introduction of a concept trailer, but this time around, wait, please look forward to the real reveal of a lot of these games when the gameplay is shown. Otherwise, it's just a like, ooh, the theme of this concept seems interesting, or that's some great artwork. Shout outs to the animation team. But yeah, I don't know that, like, when it gets through the whole like 2-3 minutes, and then like you get like 2 seconds of gameplay, like as a pittance almost, I'm like, okay, well, at least we know it's the astronaut game. At least we know it's third person, and there's gonna be an attack, and there's gonna be a dodge. You know, you're like, okay, I have something, you know, to go off of. It feels as if like it's less than like under ready when you just get like the way they introduced what was it, South of Midnight, for example. But anyways, not E3. That's your quick and dirty wrap up of that. Let's take some letters, man. That's fine.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
All right, we got one coming in over here. In fact, okay, let me summarize a lot of letters kind of all saying similar things. So this one in particular I'm going to point out comes from Last Hazard, but really many people have written in to say, hello, Grappler and Boxer, not a question. SF6 is my first major fighting game, and from a modern man, I actually never played multiplayer in most games. Even in Monster Hunter, Minecraft, etc. At most, I played MOBAs and early Overwatch during my college days with my roommates. The only fighting game I got into was Rising Thunder. Hey, good timing. Since, much like the genres above, I could jump straight in and get to the decision-making level of gameplay, skipping the learning the inputs phase. Modern controls in SF6 let me do that with Street Fighter, so this could be the first big core fighting game I've actually played ranked matches in. And 2 big things I've taken away from the experience so far. Losing is not so bad when you're the only one on your team. No team to chew you out. I always stressed about whether or not I'm wasting people's time in co-op or team PvP. 1v1 fights, however, I don't really feel that way. If I lose, the other guy gets a win. If I win, we figure out when that starts happening more often.
It's a nice perspective.
Yeah. That's a good attitude.
Very important one.
And 2, Lily's grab has me punch above my weight class a lot more than I expected it would, so I guess I gravitate towards Lily's playstyle. It's a fun win or lose. Yeah, you love the thrill of the grapple. Welcome. Welcome to the feeling you get right before you go for it, because just, we're standing there, he didn't jump. Maybe. Yeah. So up until now, my favorite... Go ahead.
Yeah, I've never seen... generally, I think grapplers have the most fun in these games. Most grapplers, they're smiling or laughing, or they're just having a good time. And I notice, like, I wish when I play my character, I could be happy with that. So,
I'm very happy.
Yeah, feast or famine. Yes, exactly.
There's no in between.
Yeah, like feast or famine. You know, that's exactly it. Like, it's, you know, and sometimes when it turns out the answer is, well, that SPD is 5 frames, I'm gonna do a 4-frame button. You know, it's like, yeah, that's how that goes. But
I think that's a really important mentality perspective, because we always talk about how, like, losing and being alone with your loss can suck, and a lot of personality types fucking hate that. But for me, like, I play a lot of FF14, right? And on Sundays, or, you know, I'll hang out with my buddies and we'll do something. Being the only dumbass in a group of 8 who doesn't understand the mechanic and is directly responsible for like me taking 45 minutes out of my friends' lives because I don't understand where to stand sucks. It sucks, dude.
The group raid. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a real thing. I think there's definitely, I think a lot of people who like fighting games also like it because it's a 1v1 thing where you can, yeah, you do take all the blame, but then you don't have somebody, you know, being like, you know, oh, where were you? Or you know, step it up, and you don't have to deal with any of that stuff. So it's, I guess there is an appeal to it, and maybe it's not as talked about as much.
It really comes down to the personality type, you know, a lot of the time, and it certainly helps if you have somebody that's a friend that knows a little bit more about it to like mentally prepare you for that, as opposed to just like finding out whether or not you are the kind of person that is like, you know what, I am gonna throw my stick. Actually, just my first arcade stick I've ever bought, but people told me I needed one to play fighting games, and now I broke it. You know, like,
dude, I've never thrown a stick. It looks like it feels really good.
I can't. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I had roommates that were like, I'm gonna punch a hole in my wall type people, and I just don't. I have no fucking understanding of that level of turning it off.
Yeah, the best thing to do is to throw a stick that you've borrowed from someone, right? That's
the shit right there.
In the game, right?
It ain't even mine, man.
Jesus Christ, fuck, man. Ugh. Anyway, or you know, you can create a classic moment where someone edits the Mentos commercial music over over things. So who knows?
I was watching Gerald. I was watching a bunch of your videos in a row on a stream a while ago, but like we kept getting sidetracked. Like, let's go watch that Sam Kelly stick throw again. Because when you watch a bunch of your videos in a row, you discover like, wow, you really like Makoto's music. You really like that song from Rising Thunder, and you fucking love posting that clip of Sanford Kelly tossing his stick. It works in all situations.
Rico's smile is so
There's
pure.
something interesting. There's something interesting about that clip, because when I think Arturo shows the stick, you see that the buttons are broken and there's like some damage. But I think part of the artwork is that it's like a shattered stick, but that's the artwork, right? So it actually looks more broken than it's actually is. So I always thought that was, because at first I thought it was that artwork was actually the part of the stick that was broken.
At the same time, though, there's a dent in the floor that is like zoomed in on. You know what I mean? Like that made a mark regardless. But yeah, no, that's exactly it. A lot of people kind of are just writing in to say, hey, I'm loving it. I'm getting into this for the first time. I'm feeling what it's like to, you know, get the thrill of winning and losing, and it's not so bad. I'm having fun while I'm losing is like so important. I'm real
I'm gonna
happy
give
about
everyone
that, man.
a quick piece of advice if you're a new player. Don't sit there going, I won't go to bed until I win one match. You're gonna go to bed fucking late.
I've said it many
that's
times
so
in many
fun.
videos, and I'll say it again here. Set little achievements you want to accomplish, right? Say I'm gonna go to bed when I land a level 3, right? Say maybe or just a little, you know what I mean? Like set a little thing you want to try to land and work on that, and then that's when you're like, okay, I got that XP in me. React to
I'm
a
the
driving
worst.
path.
I'm the worst because I'm like, oh, I gotta rank up before I go to bed. And
Oh,
don't ever
that's
do that.
that.
Then you'll never sleep.
That's me. That's me. I'm like, all right, the session is over when I rank up. Yes, absolutely. Anyways, so yeah, shout outs to everybody that's been writing in to overall just kind of echo that Street Fighter 6 goodness sentiment. Yeah, I mean, I know Gerald, like, you know, Tekken is obviously the core of the core A. Like that's where a lot of that goes. But
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's. I guess with Tekken, it's kind of.
Father Endure,
I mean, so
teacher
I kind of.
Endure. Let's go
So
fuck them.
my channel kind of talks about you know, a lot of different fighting games, and I guess there's games that you main just like you main characters, right? I mean, it's it's and you also you can play a bunch of different games, but then you also split the amount of time that you're playing. And so at one point, I think there was one Evo where I joined 7 games or something like that, and that's actually like the worst thing you can do. And so it's
Yeah.
just like there's like a character crisis in fighting games. I think there's actually like a game crisis that people can have, and this is kind of the thing that I'm working on right now. I guess this is why I'm talking about it. I've been thinking about it a lot, and
Yeah.
it is also yeah, which games do you play and how many? And you can't play all of them all the
Yeah.
time. You can't try to rank up before you sleep on like 10 games, and that's like that's torture, right?
I entered like 5 games at EVO one year, and that was one of the dumbest years ever. Like I'm just like, this is you're not going to be paying attention. You're not going to be focusing. I've learned nice and early at going to attorneys to just pick the 2, maybe 3 you want to really hunker down on.
Wise.
And yeah, and I also feel like 6 presents a new problem for me because I've always been a very strong character loyalist. I tend to like fall in love with playing my character more than the game itself. It's a weird like that. I love Steve
Makes sense.
Fox more than Tekken. You know what I mean? Like
That makes sense.
And so like 6, however, is like it actually has me wanting to like Shang Tsung a little bit and spread my attention out for the first time in a long time. So yeah, I hope it gets your attention too. Fuck it, good. And obviously, there's some questions this game answers quality of life wise that you have and that I have been talking about. And I feel as if when it comes down to like things that I'm like, okay, what would I love to see thrown in there? Like, there's little things where it's like, okay, yeah, that battle pass you got dropped yesterday. But what would be great, I've mentioned this before, people have heard it, so I'm just gonna repeat it, is like something that emphasizes the feeling you get of like queuing up with a group of people on like a Friday or Saturday night to go into ranked, and you can have like, you're playing ranked, I'm watching you, and then afterwards we can talk about it, and then you can watch me go enter, and then we can spar, and then we can do some bullshit like fun bull matches, and then we can also come over here and lap like a whole group experience that becomes like a part of a like queue up and do Street Fighter 6 as a group with your friends, right? Have that same feeling people have when they go, yo, you guys want to jump on Call of Duty, or do you want to jump on Overwatch, or do you want to jump on League? Like, give people a reason to like have a social hang to come back to, and that way you can get past the dreaded 2-month drop off.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because there's kind of, sometimes it can be kind of isolating to just play in ranked by yourself and just grind. And I think a lot of these games, the way they get a big player base is because your friends are playing it, and you can kind of like join them, and you can make this like a social activity. I think one of the things with in Korea, the way StarCraft got popular initially was kind of like the thing to do in high school. So if you had friends, like a group of friends, there'd be enough people in that group that there's like, hey, why don't we like, play, go to a PC bang or a PC cafe on the weekend and just, hang out and play StarCraft. And the way it's designed is the seats are close together. You have like nice comfy chair, and then you can order like food to the seat. There's like an interface on the computer. I don't know if you've been to one of these places, but
are you serious?
Yeah, so you can get like ramen or hot dogs or whatever, like kind of delivered to your seat while you're playing. And so it's kind of like, you can eat, you can play, you can socialize, and a lot of young people did that in the high school days, and it's kind of I think it's important, and this is what offlines and locals are really good at, is you actually get to see these people and talk to them about the game and play and do things. So yeah, having like an online equivalent, I don't know what the best way to implement that would be, but it's something I think that could increase player base and interest, and it's fun. I mean the Let's Play, you guys know better than anyone, just like the allure of like Let's Play.
No, Let's Plays are
Fighting
terrible.
game content is, well, yeah, but I mean, like, just watching like people playing the fighting games and just shooting the shit. That's Yeah.
And you
Something.
know, and I do like you know, Solidus. I know you mentioned like I disagree with this because that no one really plays that way, right? And I know what you kind of mean by that because the like a couple of new players are not instinctually thinking about like necessarily like I'm gonna watch you play and then we'll talk about the matches afterwards or such. But like what a lot of people do have is one friend who is into fighting games that could Sherpa, right? And you know, I know that some MOBAs have had the like again the tutorial system and stuff we talked about in the past. I don't know that it's the best implemented or so, but like
Well, I could do
you've
6.
given it
Not.
praise for being like an idea on paper. But like what a lot of people that is like I'm the good one out of this group of friends, like someone who would love to encourage the group and stuff. And I feel like it'd be nice to just have a little a place for that that kind of growth to be emphasized. And you know, and it's something to do besides just stomping your friends out, and then you know if they're gonna get salty and leave, then like okay, that might be the end.
Yeah, I mean, my friends and I started playing the fucking Killer Instinct when it came out on Steam, and we all had fun for a day, and then we came back and I beat the shit out of them, and then they stopped playing Killer Instinct.
Something else for the group to do that you know can pull that out would be fucking wonderful. Yeah, that's about that. Okay, well, yo, we did it. That was I've got my fill certainly of getting the fighting game chat out there, and you know, like guys, I obviously we're gonna continue talking about Core until another video comes out. At the very least, we'll just keep going on about the old ones and stuff. But Gerald, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you very much for coming on the show.
Yeah, it was great to be here. I had so much fun.
I'm looking forward to like seeing your thoughts on you know like where 6 goes. I'm looking forward to seeing your thoughts on where 8 is gonna go with Tekken. You know,
Yeah.
and all of that stuff. So everyone, go follow Gerald on Twitter. Core A Gaming is the YouTube, and I mean just fucking fighting games, guys, right?
Well, now that we've had Gerald here, we can finally just never talk about fighting games ever again.
You hit the end game on that?
A
All right.
net negative.
Glad I could help.
They can go away now. Hear Street Fighter noise. Korea Gaming is great if you ever need to learn some stuff about fighting games. Oh no! Oh! Ooh. There's 2. Oh! Shit. One more pressure time I think I need. Or 2. Two times, okay. Oh! I just need one more.
Fell for it. No escape.
Ow! Eating that like 4 times. Tackle into a throw, eh? Jesus. Ooh. Ooh. Oh! That is a dangerous ass throw. Holy shit. Oh! Ooh! Oh! Oh god, the throw is so damaged. Yeah, I can't literally survive another one of those. So. Just on point with the animators. Oh!
Huh?
Him. You gotta save him.
Sure you can. Considering.
Damn it.
Considering.
Fuck.
Spinning bird kick. Considering.
Look at that money.
Sure you can.
Damn it.
Sure you can. Spinning bird kick. Hadouken. That's more like it. Spinning bird kick.
Oh god damn it.
Sure you can. Sure you can.
Coming for you, golden balloon.
Just hold it a sec. Sure you can.
Fuck.
Sure you can.
That's not good. Okay. I talked to Leaf Fan. I can't fight that motherfucker yet. Aye, what the fuck? Oh, he wants me to face all the teachers. Okay. What the fuck? Eh. Oh wait, I have to go back to the rooftop stuff. Maybe that guy's moved in the daytime.
Just hold it a sec. You want something with me? I see you.
Run away from you. I work my way all the way around here again. Ah, finally got me.
You lost or
I'm not
something?
interested.
This could be fun.
Oh, I thought it was fucking 1 a.m. I was like, what the fuck?
What the hell are you doing?
Fine, I will fight you guys.
This could be fun.
The weird, like, backwards cat punch. Oh, he is gone. What does this feel? I'll get over there before.
Spinning bird kick.
You won't get away.
Ooh.
Spinning bird kick.
Oh, these are tougher ones. Nice. Level 45s.
Where are you
Spinning
going?
bird kick.
Running to mommy?
Spinning bird kick.
Let's come crawling by.
What a god. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Nice grab. What should you have? 7 pack there. Ow.
Running to mommy? Seriously?
Spinning bird kick.
Oof. Money.
I'm not interested. Spinning bird
Just throwing an uppercut off to the side for no reason.
Sup?
Enemy. Yeah, worth it. I do know the exit. It's over here, buddy. Yeah.
Who are you? Got somewhere to be.
Spinning bird
Ben.
Hey there. Well.
See, I see. Ugh. Ah, I see, I see. Scrap heap difficulty settings. Yep. Hey Bosch, what up? That's it. You gonna meet me over at the pizza? Does this one have new stuff too? Love that sign. One does not. That one does.
get you.
30,000? Jesus. Famous.
Thanks for stopping by. Welcome.
And like a plain old hat, and a puffy hat, and a fancy jacket. That's better defense. That's better defense too. Wait. Undershirt. These better Wellington glasses? God damn it. Silver earrings.
Thank you very much.
Wait, Luke Bullock. He's there at the night too, so it's not really. Maybe it'll ask me to fight, like Jamie or somebody next too. Go, Luke. Only ever lost to you the first time. So you got counter 2 times, super counter 1 time. Debuff, okay. Debuff I can take. Sure. Oh. Oh. Oh shit, I killed him. Oops. Meant to do the super. Get his
Not
item.
bad at all. Yeah.
Got the headband still. Got the headband? Where the headband? Like one tiny moth that got in and it just never seems to fucking die. Permanent. No, I'll take the down strike for the extra ability. I've got so many of these Gandhi caps. Agar. What the fuck? Like plus. TV. Feels a little Rambo-ish, but it's fine. Goes under my hair. I actually like that one for her. Working them all up. Ooh, he was almost at the top. I assume like 30 is what they get through. Me? Ours up there.
Yo,
You ready, sir? Doesn't feel like I moved, dude. It's like a bunch of hooks. Maybe you can only do it because you're freakish tumor arms too. Maybe that's why the effect. Run faster.
let's talk about this.
Oh, Kimberly's up there too. Did I buy more Kimberly stuff? I can't remember. Let's find out.
Hey, yeah. I
And
see.
there we go.
Right. Hey, yeah. I see. 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 Right. Yo. That's what I thought, but yeah.
Don't mind, I got you.
Yeah?
Star?
Yeah.
Wants to be a gang star, but a ninja star. I get. Ew.
Hey, yeah.
Vagabond edge. Into from normal moves to create. Oh. New twister. Oh yeah, the air grab. That's a good one. Very good one actually. Let me. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't use the lightning kicks with Jury Stella. things. Ninja Star. Gotta take the long, stupid way to get there.
I think you're after someone else.
Can I just fucking fast travel there? Because that would be nice. Oh, I can't. Damn it. That scared me. Go faster, go faster.
Whoa, whoa! Whoa. Hey, we're working here. What do you want?
No, you're not. Bye, guys. Really? Up then. Ugh, I can go up higher now. Hell yeah.
Spinning bird kick! Spinning bird kick! Engage! Fight! Right here!
Oh, oh. Oh. Oh.
Spinning bird kick!
You just suck me in and do a spinning pile driver to me? Oh. Ow. Oh my god, fire. Ow. I have to block those. Fighting the fridge is so weird.
Spinning bird kick. Shoryuken. Shoryuken. Hadouken.
Ooh. Self-propelled sword. Whoa! Whoa! Ah! Oh my god.
Spinning bird kick.
You can do it.
What the fuck? Who was that?
Spinning bird kick. Hadouken.
Oh, this is the 5th floor. I couldn't get to the other side of for a while before.
Hadouken.
Whoa.
Hadouken.
Oh! This floor is definitely more dangerous. Oh. Oh. Buzz. Thank you. I actually had to come this way. This wasn't just the explore. Zenny. I should take a look up. Head up through the stairs currently. Bound to be a spot here that's blocked.
Hadouken. Spinning bird kick.
Oh. Oh. Seth, because that'd be pretty cool.
Spinning champion king.
Wait, wasn't there a third thing there? Or was it just two drums? I thought there was a Roomba too. Ooh, hell yeah. Weird. Oh, whoa.
Spinning bird kick.
Ow! Oh. I feel like I should go back there because I can't actually leave the 7th floor elevator down to 6 then come back up. So maybe I was a little hasty in running down the stairs immediately. Oh fuck, there's another. God damn it.
Ah,
2 to the power of 6 times 3 calculated time. 2 to the power of 6. Three, 6, 4, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's funny. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Simple stupid. You need me to tell you that I read the message?
Spinning bird kick.
Big Red Bull. Go up the stairs. Okay, good to know. Pocket change, 9 cents. Hell yeah. Dollars maybe. I don't know what Zenny works out to, but it sounds like it would be cents. Like yen.
Spinning bird kick. Champion king.
Yeah. Ugh. Excuse me. Here. Whoa. Just fly off of the building. Hadouken! Hadouken! Okay, fine. Danger. Oh, that stuff is. Wow! Okay. Nothing over here. Pocket change, okay.
Spinning bird kick! Engage! Fight!
Oh! Ah! Fuck! Ah! Fuck! That's a pain in the ass. Timing on that is hard to do. A very fast, full screen suction ability. Alright, Bosch. You led me around the whole building. What's up?
Spinning bird kick! Hadouken! Hadouken!
Definitely getting close to the top, though. Ooh. Some Seth guys. They fucking crushed me. Oh! Let's see. Using wrist. Oh, well, sorry. Don't tell me I'm some fucking experiment. Get over here, Bosch. They let you on a plane with that fucked up box on your head? Down. Up.
Spinning bird kick!
Yeah.
Sure you can!
Oh.
Spinning bird kick.
You wanna fight up here? Is that what it is?
Final round.
Yep, okay. Beat him up. Alright. Ooh! Safe. Oh. It was their first fight, or almost.
I thought if I could beat you up, maybe break a bone or two, then that would be enough to make you give up on the tournament. But you've gotten strong, you know? Much stronger than I have. I'm fine. I'm not dead. Not just yet. You know, when you said you were seeking strength, despite having no real need to do so, I just didn't get it. Honestly, I thought you were a complete idiot.
The grin on my face. I'm an idiot.
But I
Yeah.
guess maybe you had the right idea all along.
You talk a lot for a Sasuke style character.
Remember when we decided to check out the city, kicking butt and eating pizza? I really enjoyed it. But I can't play around like that.
Ever legs. Oh. Interesting. Ooh, I got some diamonds. They just drop off there. Like I could drop off there either. Despite that being a very walkable area.
Spinning bird kick.
Alright, fine, just the prescribed area. definitely might run into Seth, even if you or something Seth-like. Let me get back in the elevator and go down to the first floor. And go check out that area. Okay. Ooh, coil capacitor spring connectors. Ooh.
Spinning bird kick!
Oh yeah. Lord's treasure house. Kaleidoscope. Oh, security headset. Activates with pressure time. Increase super. Okay. There's a treasure.
Spinning bird kick!
Gonna be a fucking trap in here, though, isn't there? I haven't pressed the fuck.
Spinning bird kick!
20 extra flight tickets. Yes. Fucking moves right now. I haven't checked my stuff in a while. Oof, that's a... I just have that equipped as a style? Oh, I thought I put it on. What the fuck? Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom. Oh. Okay. Ooh. Aerial special moves, regular special moves. Throw unique stuff thing. I'll be right back. Go to the washroom. Just that. Sorry about that. Had to take a phone call too, so ended up being a little longer than expected. Bunch of gifts to go get Jamie. God. Item thing. Oh, there's a picture. Alright. Well, I'm here. Messages? No, it was just. For the treasure. I can go sell them.
Spinning bird kick!
Ah! Oh, I wanted to do that. Okay, fine. Oh. Another Andorra. Ow. Okay. Ow. Oh my god. So hard to dodge those. They're very slow. Uncle Andor, right? I could probably tough it out. Oh, he's got a mustache.
Right.
What you got, Andor? 20% less without easy continues. Trigger pressure. Ooh. Oh, he's pretty strong. Oh. Bro. Oh. Well, I'm definitely gonna. One of these. Ooh. Oh. I can do this, I just have to be careful. Ooh. Oh! Oh! Oh, nice. Two more times. Oh fuck, that grab's going on. Oh. Fuck. Oh. Oh. Fuck, the way it doesn't respond when I'm doing my thing is freaky. Go. So I should take a little bit of damage. Don't kill me. Okay, perfect. I just gotta beat him square. 15 of those gummy worms, okay. Ooh. Ooh, nice throw. Now, let me pop another purple med. Oh! Woohoo! Okay. Oh! Oh! Hee hee! Whoa! Oh! Oh! Ow! Oh, nice throw. Oh! Fuck! That grab range. Oh! Oof. Just to be safe. Yeah. Final member of the family. Please strike him down. Hello, Van Schwaba.
Sure you can.
Please drive. Okay, fine.
Try someone else. Try someone else. Give me some slack.
A bunch of them. Oh, Jamie.
Oh. Hmm? That's right. Oh. Hmm? Oh. Hmm?
Pretty girl.
Oh. Hmm? 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 Hey. Hey. Yo. Yo.
Oh, I like that outfit for
Hmm? For real?
her. He was totally trying to hit on her.
Hmm? Oh yeah. Ah.
Oh.
Okay, cool.
Breaking.
Yo. Yo. Got it?
That him and Luke fighting?
Hey. Hey.
You're not getting away. Try someone else. You're not my type.
Cool shopkeeper lady. I think I maxed Ryu out.
Much appreciated.
pond is pretty high up on a lot of these, to be honest. Nelson blowing fire is pretty wild. Not here at night. Weird.
What do you want?
If I remember correctly, these guys were pretty tough.
Spinning bird kick!
Up to about the point where they're almost gonna. Probably cower from me being around, so.
Where's your safety gear?
In. What's up, buddy?
Spinning bird kick!
The wind pose. Oh. The fuck I opened the door.
Hadouken! Spinning bird kick! I'll see them out. What are you doing on Spinning bird kick!
I have to come back here in the day or something? Looks like I should be here in the night, but
Sure you can!
why the fuck can I not get up?
Considering Sure you can! What do you want?
Oh, man, what to do? What?
Okay. Oh.
Spinning bird kick! Hadouken!
Hey there, eh? Oh, that was definitely not there before. Oh, it's like that old SF4 Zangief level. That whole platform drops down, doesn't it? And a little bit of Final Fate Streetwise. Footage, tires, rims. Oh, if I guess I'm going down, I'm going down.
Whoa! Spinning bird kick!
Hey, we're working here. Oh. Dump truck. Wait, I didn't even go down the other side. Stupid. Oh, oh. Oh. Ah, fuck.
This ain't a playground. Spinning Just stay right there. I'll see them out. I'll get them. Let's go. Spot there. Following them. That's right. I'm the strongest there is. What are you doing on sight? I'll get them.
Oh. Where there was a box over here.
Sure you can. Just stay right there. Following them. Just stay right there.
Woo! Hell yeah, it's like 100 billion. Totally worth it. Wait, I thought there was 4 of them there. Oh, oh my god. Spawned back in. Is that just shortcut back down to the bottom? Gosh. That's a dopey hat. I guess. Oh! Let's throw. With a beer in your hand? Oh! Yes. More permanent boosting. I forgot what my air grab was. Oh yeah.
Spinning bird kick. Sure you can.
What the fuck? The TV up here?
Spinning bird kick. Falcon king.
Ow. Oh my goodness. Ow. Ah. Yeah, I won that fight. Oh my god. Okay. Oh! Ow. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, he just grabbed me out of the son of a bitch. Ooh. Oh, fuck. I did the loop around the top. Anything worth falling off the top there for? No. Like in there. That gets back down to the start. Does not look like it. See how that apocalypse. Better defense. I lose the determined. That's pretty good. That's just better by a good chunk. Yeah. I like the determined. Cool. The final fight elevator level, a dude's gonna come forward and drop on me. Boy, they are. Ooh. He blocks a good chunk there. Ooh, ooh. I figured it was gonna be a final fight elevator. That's great. Very classic. Ow. Ow. Okay, we're here before. Oh, I got up on the other side. I see. That area now. No, I'm not. Oh, I did this the hardest way possible. I think they were longer. Alright. I need to get back up on the roof on the other side. Oh, let's take the elevator back up. Does it work that way? No? Doesn't go up.
Well,
Yeah. Pop it right now. Go. What's traveling around up here for? No.
spinning bird kick.
Raised by the savages, know you couldn't handle this. Everyone who battled me, they falling like an avalanche. Got them falling back to back. Take them all just hand in hand. Y'all going home, so better pack your bags. I'm a heavy hitter, come take a sip of this potion. Float like a butterfly, I'm floating like the ocean. Battle cries of music to my ears, I'm the composer. Y'all can never hurt me, got you wilting like the roses.
India. What is it? Is this? Yoga.
Sad yoga.
You have made me very. Is this? Oh.
I like the ultra mild curry.
Yoga.
Yoga mirror.
You have made me. Is this? Oh. Yoga.
Yoga.
You have made me very happy. Is this? Oh.
Enjoy your mild curry, Dawson.
Yoga. You have made me very happy. Is this? Oh. Yoga. How should I put it? From my point of view,
I love curry. Curry's delicious. Oh, I gotta go back.
It's a rap like some bandages. The winner is unanimous. I'm quicker than the flashes from the lights on the cameras.
Out of the city.
Mexico.
Any of the commotion, where your life go, where your boy got it stolen.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Mashup truck. Judo medalist. Yeah, that's been known. How's it going, Snoozy Kitty?
Got a favor to ask.
Snap and pick? Oh, okay. Got that.
Raised by the savages, know you couldn't handle this. Everyone who battled me, they falling like an avalanche. Take them all just hand in hand. Y'all
Jamaica.
take a sip of this potion. Float like a butterfly, floating like the ocean.
Found your stuff, DJ.
Bless up, man.
Oh. Medium, light, medium, heavy, light, medium, heavy, or heavy. That's wild.
Yo!
I thought you wanted me to turn in your shit.
Good to hear.
Oh, I had to come back for more fucking
Yo! Yahoo!
stuff? Okay.
It's a rap like some bandages. The winner is unanimous. I'm quicker than the flashes from the lights on the cameras. Oh, you the best? What a big cap. I can take you standing on my backpack. Don't listen to the chatter or any of the commotion. Where your life go or your boy got it stolen. Hey, harder than a rock and I watch you get eroded. I am the one that's been tested, not been chosen.
USA.
Oh my god, there's more.
Go try someone else.
Let's talk about this.
What do you want?
Hey, share it with me.
We really have to go all the way back there. Oh. Oh, she wanted a picture of this. Oh, okay. Nope, that roadmap.
Raised by the savages. No, you
Oh, she wanted to see the heart. I gotta go see the That's it, drones. Piss your pants.
All right.
That is not a safety pin. Excuse me.
It's a rap like some bandages. The winner is unanimous. I'm quicker than the flashes from the lights on the cameras. Oh, you the best? What a big cap. I can take you standing on my backpack. Don't listen to the chatter or any of the commotion. Where your life go or your boy got it stolen. Hit harder than a rock and I watch you get eroded. I am the one that's been tested.
Got you a picture of the butt. So,
Hello.
oh, fuck off.
What can I get for you?
What you looking at me for, Cleo? What you want? $113,000 fucking.
Take care.
Raised by the savages, know you couldn't handle this. They falling like an avalanche, got 'em falling back.
Mexico!
Them all just hand in hand. Pack your bag. I'm a heavy hitter, take a sip of this potion.
Hello. Wowzers. Oh. Whoa, no way.
Oh, Sunset Gunslinger. First attack. You land the first attack. Excellent. Oh, some funky glasses though. You gonna jump up? You gonna make me cuddle you? Come on. Four pieces of sheep. Come on, Cleo. If you're gonna jump up, jump up. You want me to pick you up? Is that what it is? Okay, give me 2 seconds. Cleo needs a cuddling. Cuddling. Last quest. Bread? Cleo, go to bread. Very playful, but very easy for her to accidentally hurt me. Put on her face, huh? Russian too. There. Hello. Hello. Always good at telling me when it's bedtime. It made me tired, cozy.
It's a rap like some bandages. The winner is unanimous. I'm quicker than the flashes from the lights on the cameras. Oh, you the best? What a big cap.
Gotta go talk to him again to get the other
Don't listen to the
info on the trip. Oh my.
I am the one that's been
Yes.
Wait.
Hey.
On a road in the skies before a train.
Good to hear.
Not that one.
What?
Oh.
You did well.
Eat. That's fun. Oh, arigato. Ushinryu. Paste. Bravo. Fist. Yeah. Ah. I don't have any Jerry emotes. Oh, I do have one. Those. La 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 la. Yeah, it's always good. There.
What can I get for you?
Jamie still needs some. She still needs some. Kimberly's pretty close, if I remember correctly.
Take care.
I wish it just showed me what their thing was. Lucas needs 40. Good, she needs. I like Lily. I like Kimberly. Those two. DJ needs some more beer. So I can get Kimberly's and yes. Math bad. Eight? Let's go with 6. You could get away with 4. 6 for 646. Okay. Whatever's left by some for Luke.
What can I get for you?
Oof, like right down to the
Thank you.
last.
Please come
bucks.
again.
Raised by the savages, know you couldn't handle this. Everyone who
Pretty sure he
falling
meant
like an avalanche, got 'em falling back to back.
he shall.
Hand in hand, y'all going home, so better pack your bags. I'm a heavy hitter, come take a sip of this potion. Floating like the ocean.
Mexico!
Melting like the roses.
Guess for you, Lily.
Oh. Whoa, no way. Oh. Whoa, no way. Oh. Whoa, no way. Oh. Whoa, no way. Oh. Whoa, no. Oh. Whoa, no way. Hey,
Power spots.
for example,
Tall mountains, colossal trees, rocks, those kind of things. Just hanging off cliffs. Just with the Arctic. Down the World Tree.
now then.
Oh, it's Ryu.
Speaking of which,
Ready to fight.
by the way, got it? Is what I thought, but what's going on? I knew you'd get it done. Hey,
Didn't really.
It's a rap like advantages. The winner is unanimous. I'm quicker than the flashes from the lights on the cameras. Oh, you the best? What a big cap. I could take you standing on my back. Don't listen to the chatter or any of the commotion. Where'd your life go? Or your boy got it stolen. Hey, harder than a rock, and I watch you get eroded. I am the one.
USA!
Hey, Luke, have 8 copies of Resident Evil 8. You're scared of me.
Yo! Yeah, hey now. Oh? 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 Let me tell you.
Apparently, poor soldiers, world-class fighters.
How can I put this?
Oh.
Damn it!
Moving on.
Well, it's nice that he doesn't hold a grudge against
Hey,
Ken.
got a second? Yo,
Hadouken.
all that aside. Yeah.
Beat up Birdie and Rudra. And I see a Hugo. I don't know those other two guys though. Maybe some other Final Fight mid bosses. Damn, it's already this late again. I lose time playing this game. Back tonight. Oh, that stuff sounds fucked. And Jamie real quick.
What do you want?
Let's just take it easy.
Zenny.
You're not my type.
I wish I could teleport up to where he
Someone
is.
else.
I take those long roundabout
Cut me some
up
slack.
the top of the
Cut me
levels.
some slack.
Oh. Hmm? Oh. Props, yo.
Whoop.
Oh. Hmm? Oh. Hmm? Oh. Hmm? Oh. Hmm? Oh. Hmm? Hmm.
That's a good little picture.
However, ah,
Raised by the savages, know you couldn't handle this. Everyone who battled me, they falling like an avalanche. Got them falling back to back.
I go
Take 'em
down
all just hand in hand. Y'all going home, so better pack your bags. I'm a heavy hitter, come take a sip of this potion. Float like a butterfly, I'm floating like the ocean. Music to my ears, I'm the composer. Floating like your roses.
Level 50. Oh shit. They're using Blanca style. I should basically equip the Blanca suit. What I got here? Whoop, whoop. Oh, you can wrong attack. Place to take. Yeah. Okay. That.
Oh, it's you.
Oh, just get free tiny blanket chin dolls.
What's wrong? Why?
Right, blanket style, gear equipped. Oof. They care for the extra blanket dolls, but blanket style, super art. Oh, I missed him. Fuck. Woo-hoo-hoo. Gonna be a little cheeky, so. I zapped you, Blanca. The little dolls are so really good. Done.
I don't.
Oh. Blanca Chen is not Blanca. I get it, yes.
What can I get for you?
Do I have any stuff to sell? Oh, I still got 4 copies of shit left. Damn.
Thank you. Please come again.
Don't have money to buy extra stuff.
It's a rap like some bandages. The winner is unanimous. I'm quicker than the flashes from the lights on the cameras. Oh, you the best. I can take you standing on my back. Don't listen to the chatter or any of the commotion. Where your life
Looking for the gifts. So tired. I have like 7 more of the DVDs that I bought you already.
Hey, yeah. I see. Right. 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 Hmm? For example. Yeah.
Pants too. Got it. Lost Grooves. I'm pretty sure the other one's in May Show. So I gotta go to May Show anyways for that. May Show. Go. You looking for Bosch? I'm gonna go talk to her. Show. So there's 2 more in the day. 2 more in the night. Everything else. Oh my god. Okay. Have a good night. Stay safe, stay healthy. See y'all later. Bye bye.